Hello, everybody, and welcome to another conversation on the Musa Obed podcast. Today, I'm talking to Divine Oketa. If you know Divine Oketa, you just know. I think it doesn't need any introduction. If you don't know him, then this podcast will reveal more about him. Well, thanks so much, Divine. Thank you, man. I always wanted to have this convo, and like this time, it's coming real.
Hi, my name is David, and this podcast was produced by What's Podcasting. What's Podcasting is a company that manages the heavy load involved in making a podcast so the podcasters can focus on exactly what matters most to them. And by the way, for listeners like you, we have a recommendation newsletter where we recommend interesting podcasts that we believe you would like. Kindly check the link in the description for the What's Podcasting link, and don't forget to tell a friend to tell a friend. Thank you.
Connection 1, 2, 3. From here, you can start connecting.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on the show, Joe. Thanks for really a pleasure.
Nice. We're talking about the khaki that you had, that you're wearing after what has happened in Banex.
I said anything that happened in Bandex is for their pocket, man. I don't really nothing. All this army, this thing doesn't faze me for real.
It doesn't faze you.
It doesn't faze me because I have people. I have relations that in the uniform aspect of the country, like they work in police, they work in fire.
Okay.
I can easily call them. I'm not really stressed.
Hey, you don't put context now. Now why?
I'm not really stressed, man. I can wear that khaki anyway. Nobody, they don't get mad.
So you're part of the Do You Know Who I Am gang?
I'm not anybody. I just know they said, honestly. But I'll reduce. I shadow. It's not everywhere I wear khaki. It's just once.
No, in the house now.
Yeah, I'm in the house.
If you get my where I'm outside.
I don't like. It's all right though. Yeah,
All
man.
right.
So
And this conversation, first of all, we'll just be talking about like we're talking about you, but like I will just start from the basics, right? Especially as regards like before you came to Faith Academy. I mean, we've been meet for Faith Academy. You were my party leader before, like when we became president. That's very important. And also like like your time in FA, and then most especially like after Faith Academy. And like of course like you did something in arts class that like really normally they have this stereotype of like art students, like art students do get sense normally, but you just broke that thing during your whole year. You're just like dominating them all over. But we'll go yarn about that. But before we begin, like let's start from before you actually enter FA. So which school were you? Like, where were you born? First of all, like your state, and then which school did you go for primary school?
I was born in Suleja.
Okay.
I was born in Suleja. For real, I didn't even know how I was born in Suleja. I think my dad was passing by Suleja, and my mom had an impromptu delivery. She didn't know she was about to give birth, so they just passed by, entered the hospital, and gave birth to me there in Suleja. For
That's
real,
crazy.
that's crazy. When my dad was telling me the story, I was like, mad. It was in Abuja, Suleja. So I
But
grew
your
up
parents
in
are from where?
Imo State. Like my dad is an Imo man.
Okay. Papa Igbo boy.
I'm an Igbo boy. Just the only problem is I can only hear, but I cannot speak very well.
We have plenty for this table.
If I start talking about this table, I'll really break it, like, because I want to speak it, but my parents didn't want to speak to me. It's very, I swear, and I'm sure there's so many people like that. It's like for example, I have cousins that are living in Owerri, but yet even they're in the middle of Owerri. Owerri is just like a town, like Lagos. Different people come inside, Igbo, outside Yoruba. They're all in. You understand? So the parents chose not to speak Igbo to them, but they're in Owerri. Can you imagine that? When they go out to the market, people are speaking Igbo. They're looking at them. They don't understand.
Yeah.
So sad. That's my father did it. Yeah, man. Okay, so yeah, I was born in Suleja. I'm from Imo State, and I grew up in Abuja, and I went to school in Legacy Academy. that was between the period. Okay, first of all, I went to Top Hill Nursery Primary School. Then from there, I went to Pesetas. I don't know if you know Pesetas Academy.
Yeah, I know Pesetas.
Pesetas, yeah. Then something happened, an issue happened. My dad pulled me out of school and took me to Legacy Academy, and that was where I did them from my primary 1 down to primary 5. 2010. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Pesetas, you're in nursery school.
Yeah, Pesetas, I was in nursery school.
Oh, what issue? Can you talk about it, Abi?
Okay. What happened? I can't even remember what happened, but I know that they tear gassed the whole class, and they I don't know what happened, but they tear gassed the whole class. Then I think I started. Actually, that memory is so faint in my head, and my father got to hear of it, and he attacked the principal. Like, how can you put tear gas where children are sleeping? That kind of thing. And so he withdrew me from the school. I wish I didn't call gas. I swear, no. I wish I didn't call the school so that in case someone from Facet has heard this now, they will come and start. That's what I was in nursery school and my memory is faint. But I can remember that is what I felt happened that time. That made my dad attack the principal.
Oh. Was your dad in the military?
Yes, now my dad was a uniform man now.
Okay.
Was a uniform.
So, principal go fear.
I had change out for around. Don't worry. I love the conversation. I'll tell you some things about my dad, man. That made me sometimes. It's not everything I used to tell him. If not there, he can burn the whole street down. Well, that's what he did. Yeah. So I finished from there and I went to Legacy Academy, and I think Legacy Academy was okay. Pesetas was where I learned how to read and write. I learned how to read and write at a very early age, around 3-4 years. I was already reading and writing already. So Pesetas really helped.
Are you shocked? Absolutely not.
No, for real, man. I owe Pesetas that for real. They really opened my mind. Then Legacy Academy,
they set the pace.
Yeah, they set the pace, man. For real, man. Yeah, like actually, like cut cap for that school. See, if your child is in Pesetas, forget what I said about that thing, guys. Their teaching standards are freaking high. That is the best, man. It's worth the money. Yeah, it's worth the money. Then Legacy Academy, that's when I was struggling academically, I know, but I was still trying to build myself up in that aspect. So that was just it about primary school, though. There was nothing fond memory of it. It's just there. That's all. I think the main drama happened from secondary, I guess.
So first of all, like, are you the firstborn?
Yeah, I am the firstborn.
Okay, I know you have a sister because like when I was in SS3, you were in like she was in just one. But how many are you guys, like siblings?
We are 6.
Okay. You get responsibility.
Honestly. My sister in just one, she's not even the one behind me. There's one before her.
Okay. That means there's spacing like amongst everybody, I guess.
Like there's what?
Like spacing, because like that's 6 years between you and the one in just one.
Yeah, no. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Before me and the one in just one, there's another person again.
Oh, okay.
And I senior that one with 3 years, and she seniors the one that was in just one with 3 years, and then that's how it goes.
I don't know. Before we actually even enter FA, like I want to ask, so all of this, that means you grew up in Abuja, basically, like your entire time?
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately, why?
The rest of that state, man.
Which states do you prefer? Like, would you have preferred?
I would have preferred staying in maybe Lagos or Owerri, at least, like change environment.
Okay.
Well, that is one thing I need to we need to correct as a generation. Like, how would I explain it? Like, I can remember my grandmother begging my father to bring me to the village so that I can help her and at the same time learn my language properly. You get? But my dad refused because he didn't want to send me to the village so that I would experience the life he lived when he was in the village, you get. And that was good because he was like a caring father, but at the same time, he was hindering my learning process in the speaking of our language. Because assuming he did that, I could have speaking Igbo fluently by now.
You for the understand Fino.
I swear. Fino go dey speak to the rap like this. I go dey struggle with the comfort voice.
Now Fino the rap, the journal they say
That's a matter.
Yeah, mad. Wait, let me just ask there, like, because I mean, I know like some guys that actually like grew up in Faith Academy, like that were in Abuja all the time. Many guys are not from Abuja, but like all of us are now centered in Abuja. But like, how have you seen like perhaps the change in the city, especially like since we were small all the way to like today, like Abuja itself as a city?
Okay, I think Abuja has exploded. Like how like it's when I was younger, Abuja was much smaller to me. But now Abuja looks more bigger. I don't know, maybe because I was small. But there are a lot of development from 2010 till now. So the city, and another thing, you know, I didn't have freedom to walk around. So maybe the city was big, I didn't know. Like, you know, I was still small, but now that I go to different places, I see a lot of things, I see a lot of people. And there's still some places in Abuja I'm still yet to discover. There are so many big, nice places in Abuja. The way I see Abuja is still, and Abuja is not fully developed yet. It's developed at the same time. There's still a lot of space for development in Abuja. Yeah, so I think from when I was young to now, I feel Abuja has really developed, and yeah, it just remains for me to buy my own house so that I would. Abuja go fully.
The way houses, Abuja real estate is, I don't know, make I no talk, but like if you buy a house today, like for, I don't know, 2M plot of land 2M, next year come back if you enter 10M.
So if you plot of land 2M, now proper Abuja, we're talking about 5.5 million.
Or more.
Okay, 4.5 maybe in parts of Lubi. 3. The lowest you can see Lubi is like 3 million, 3.5 then upwards. Jabi, you're seeing 5.5. Maitama 8 million. Maitama 2, sorry, 8 million. Maitama 2, not Maitama. Maitama proper is like cost. So it's just a whole lot, man. Assuming we knew we could have bought land that time now when we were young.
But Divine, chill. Now you know, see land for Luben at 3 million and go up. But we still buy out. No.
No. Actually, I mean.
Oh, you get well. You are divine. You are divine.
Actually, do have a land. That's what I was able to call out this lamp. Actually, do have a land for real.
That means your land for don't double or triple in price like in the next 2-3 years.
Yeah, amen. Yeah. To be crazy.
I don't think it's even a matter of amen. The way Abuja real estate is just going, like everything is just, I don't like. I don't. There's no regulation, and I think as a result, you know, people are just putting prices on vibes. It's like, waiting that guy talk. Waiting that one talk. Okay, my own at this one.
Yes, they just add their own price. I say that it's cool. At the same time, it's dangerous though, because anybody can just buy any land without what is the proper due diligence, do you get? Because everybody's selling different prices. I don't know how to explain it. But like, because the land price is just there, different people are putting different prices for different lands. So some random people will just see any land and they will not do due diligence, they'll just buy. And some of these lands might be owned by government. But all these people they'll be posing is them that have the land. And when they buy the land, government will come and collect it from them. So it's crazy. There's a lot of things happening in Abuja real estate that hasn't been talked about. I don't know if you've heard about what happened in Lagos real estate. That government came to demolish some places. In Abuja, it's almost like that too. It's one kind of, yes, it's one kind of worse. Yeah, because there are so many. If you come to Abuja right now, there are so many real estate companies. You see them in plazas, you see them in shops, you see them in big institutions, like all these big office spaces in Abuja, Tako, Jabi. I've gone to so many of them.
Yeah.
So I know what I'm talking about when it comes to real estate. There are so many real estate companies that they are not even satisfied by the CAC, but yet they have opened shop, they have opened their store in plazas. So before you buy anything from anybody, you have to run background check. You have to go and get a lawyer. Very important. File something with a lawyer. And obviously lawyer will get you. And the reason why people run for lawyers is because of the lawyer fees. But please, it's necessary. Please run your due diligence. Get the lawyer to back it up. And when you pay for the land, make sure the lawyer is present and the agent is present. You people sign papers so that when anything happens, you people can easily present those papers in court. Yeah, you people should each have it. For real, man. This is me warning your listeners.
It is not like you don't see Shaggy.
Oh, yeah, I've heard a lot. So when I was getting my land, I was very cautious. Man, for real. So not if it happens to land like that. It's all right, bro.
You get 2-factor authentication now. If person won't mess with you with your C of O, you go just call uniform people for them.
I swear. No, I still did. Oh,
mad. That's interesting. No, like let me now go back to you don't finish primary school for Legacy. Where Legacy did? Which side for Abuja?
I'm not sure that school is existing again.
Okay.
The school.
Where was it?
It was in Jabi, but the owner of the school converted the school compound to his house. Then he created a new school. People that are familiar with Jabi Road, they'll sabi White Plains British School.
I know White Plains. I've seen White Plains.
White Plains, yes, he's the owner of Legacy that created White Plains British School. Yeah, so he converted that former school. That Legacy.
Legacy was inside an estate.
No, I'm not sure. Legacy is opposite Chida Hotel in Otako. You know Chida Hotel in Otako. So that road, that was where around that side, that was where Legacy Academy was. Yeah, I don't know if you know Chida Hotels. Maybe your listeners will know Chida Hotels. Then he now converted to his house. Then invested money in White Plains British School and made the school. Then he scrapped Legacy, I guess.
Oh, I know I think there's one Legacy like this that's inside like an estate. I can't, because I know that one of my cousins.
Yes, it might still be him that owns it. Yes, because I heard he moved it to another place entirely. He owns one. Yes, he's the owner. Yes, he's the owner of that place. That was my school. He's the owner. Yeah.
Okay, but in different sites now, like different locations.
Different sites.
Maybe, one of my cousins went to Legacy.
Okay. Maybe the surname of the man is Unwafo. Maybe if you can ask your cousin, maybe it's the surname of the proprietress Unwafo, the owner Unwafo, because that was his name. Me and his daughter went to the same. They were in the same class. That's why I can still remember his surname. Oh, yeah. So
that means when a class experience special privileges.
It's only his daughter that expressed special privileges. Did he give a shit about us? It's all joke, man.
It was primary, Abby. Like I can remember that when my cousin went, I think it was only primary. I'd be like till JS3 or something like that. Like it wasn't complete, like to SS3. I know for sure.
Yeah, no, it was just a primary school as I then now. No, it was when I was living there, they changed the whole thing. So maybe your cousin did to SS3. Me, it was just to just there was no secondary school, it was just primary. Nursery and primary, that was all. To primary 5.
Okay.
Yeah, primary 5, yeah.
Now we're speaking about Legacy, and I want to talk about when you were going for common entrance. Did you start F in just 1, or when did you start F?
Yeah, I started F.
Pure just 1.
Yeah, we're the proper first set of F now.
Okay, when it started.
Yes, when it started, we saw it all. We're the proper first set.
Oh boy. Since KHMS.
I swear. No. We're not. Yeah, okay. You know, there was a time we stayed in KHMS side.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yes, we're there. We're the first set there.
Now, that means you guys suffered. You know, see, I've always of the opinion that, like, of all the set that suffered in Faith Academy, now your set suffer pass.
Real, man. Real. We saw it. I swear. We saw it all, man. And another thing was that, they brought new seniors into the set. So those new seniors, that's just 2. They were coming from different schools, different backgrounds. They are the ones that spoiled us because we're really innocent. We didn't know a lot of shit. But these guys came from different backgrounds, spoiled us. And we were the only juniors, and they made sure that they punished us. Like, literally, see, we were at their mercy. Like, only as it was only 2 of us. There was not just 3 or SS1, SS2 that could come to our rescue. Just us and these guys. Just imagine. And you know how their set was.
Yeah. Wait. I have many questions there, but I want to understand. So was it only Faith Academy that you did common entrance for in just one? Abi, you also you did common entrance for different schools?
Okay. I actually did 3 common entrance.
Okay.
I did one for Stella Maris. I did one for Faith Academy Kenaland and Kush. Okay, originally my dad was testing. He said, let me check for Stella Maris. So at the end of the Stella Maris, when I passed Stella Maris, but the school fees when they gave it to him was like, as at that time was like 300 to 400,000. And you know how much that money was big quite then in 2010.
Yeah.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
It was like, nah, let's go to another place. So he now saw Faith Academy Kenaland. It was kind of cheaper. So he actually booked a flight for me and my mom. And that was the first time I entered the plane. I'll not forget. So we went to Faith Academy Kenaland and I wrote common entrance. And I passed. And as I was about to enter, that's where Faith Academy Goshen started. He was not like, okay, come back. Look, come back. Come and write this one for Goshen, for Abuja. So that is how I now came and I wrote for Faith Academy Goshen. And yeah, I passed and that's how I entered. If not, I could have gone to Kenaland.
Oh, wow. Mad. Yeah. Thank God that happened. This could not happen.
I said, thank God that happened.
So so for everybody listening, right? Especially like guys that I think my set I entered just 2 now, but like the school had advanced a bit by that point because like you guys were in just 3 and the first set was in SS1. That's 2 years after like the school has started. And that is a long time, oh. In the history of FA, that's a long time.
Yes, actually, you've actually missed some scenes. Some things that have happened. Yeah. Shit, you need to ask the questions, man. You need to ask them. I'll give it to you, don't worry.
All right, so let's start. So you guys were the first set that entered this school. I think 2010, 2011, like that was this academic session, right? So there were 2 sets that entered. So there was the Presidagili set, which was the first set, and then there was your set. You guys entered at once and started immediately together, Abi?
Yes, immediately together, yes.
All right, let's begin. So what are your first experiences? When you came into the school, where did they take you guys to? Was this the KHMS or you guys went to the actual Faith Academy like sites?
No, as at that time, they were still finishing Faith Academy sites. They were still finishing it according to them. So they were still finishing it. I swear.
According to them? Sure, you don't believe them.
I don't see waiting they finish, but yeah. They were still finishing it. So we now stayed in KHMS for like a week plus. We were there. I can remember when they dropped me in front in the place where they were searching. You know, they were searching children's boxes. They were searching our boxes. So my parents stayed with me and all. And I can remember my dad when it was time to go, my dad was telling my mom, okay, let's go. My mom was looking at me, she didn't want to leave me there. I can remember telling myself, I will not cry. I still remember the experience, right now. I don't feel like crying. I just pulled, man. I didn't even know where the energy came from. My mom was like rubbing my face and be like, I will come and visit you again. She wanted to cry. I could see it in her face. I was just like, Mom, it's okay, no worry. I'll see you now. She's 2-3 weeks from now. That's sitting there. I won't cry, but yeah. So they now left me. I didn't even know I even 40 years. I started crying, honestly. The only thing that gave me joy when I was standing in front of, I was with everybody there was, I saw David Idase. And me and David Idase were like childhood friends. We lived in the same estate. That when I saw that his father took him there, I didn't even know. I was like, oh, you're here too, yeah. That's what gave me joy again. Then I now saw some people that I knew in church. That was Kule Ghana and Prison Job. Yeah. So we started bonding from there. And then
which church was that?
That was Living Faith Church Durumi.
Okay, Durumi. That was my church. Yeah, go ahead.
We were the first to do that year now. So that's when we started like bonding. But I didn't bond with them, cool them. They were in Blue House. I didn't bond because they, at some point, everybody entered cliques. Green House will have their clique, Yellow House have their clique, Blue House have their clique, all those kinds of things. So it was mostly me and David as a family that were in greenhouse. I usually talk to like that. So but that was just the experience, and it took us to KHMS. And
wait, I want to even understand because how did you like? So I mean, like boys and girls, 2 classes. That's like 4 classes combined in the entire school at that point. Where would I stay? Like, where did you guys sleep? Where did you guys like? What was the toilet? And like, where did you guys go to class and chapel and eat? Like all of that kind of like, how did you work?
Okay, in KHMS, as at that time, KHMS was on holidays, I guess. No, but that was October 18th to resume. So I can't remember. I didn't even know how they did it. But I know when KHMS.
Maybe you experience how.
Wait, no, I'm trying to recollect everything. Yes. So there were already rooms. There were rooms, like they turned the classes rooms. Do you get? They put bunk beds, like there were like 10 bunk beds inside the room, inside the class. Like they changed that's how they arranged it.
Okay.
Yeah. So there were like 10 bunk beds inside.
Or more.
Yeah, it was like 10 bunk beds, like 5. But I can remember I was in a room with Dumebichi Emeke and Victor Williams. I can't remember the remaining of the people. But I can remember it was that time we started making memories. Dumebi was a boy from Germany and he didn't understand the system. You know, all these Ajebo kids that will just come to Nigeria for the first time. They don't know how to align.
That's Munachi's brother now.
That's Munachi's brother, yeah. Dumebi was such a... I thought I was a crybaby once I met Dumebi. Dumebi's a crybaby. I see pity that boy. Then there was one gummy beers that Dumebi had like this. Dumebi, that is when Dumebi would just be quiet. You just eating gummy beers. Us that have never seen gummy bears before, we're not coming with Dumebi. Dumebi, come and give us some now. He'll be like, you can have it. He'll be like, you can have it. I don't really like it like much. He was still talking funny that time. Dumebi, I will never forget that thing. So that was, we started our life. I didn't really know much people then in KHMS. When I was in, let's even talk about this. When I was that age, I was afraid of girls. Like, I was scared. To even say hi, I was scared to talk to girls because this is the first time I'm like coming in contact with like new set of people apart from primary school people that I'm used to.
Yeah.
So when I was seeing these people, I was like, I couldn't even say hi. When I was in class in JS1, I was seeing boys and girls sitting beside me. I was seeing girls, they were teaching. I just went to go and hide myself in the back. I was like, wait to teach, I teach like this. I didn't even know a single God, that KHMS time. Then there was the dining. The dining was inside Teens Church, I think. It was inside Teens Church. And Uncle used to use this, our principal, they used to use megaphone if he wants to speak with us. He used megaphone and you speak to us, you tell us close. I can't read, but yeah, praise the Lord. You tell us he was the one actually doing the supervisor of the dining sometimes. So, and I didn't see that time in KHMS. I was trying to adapt to a new system. I didn't even know anybody and I was so scared to talk to anybody. For real, that time. That's why I'm of the opinion that boarding house is not, they shouldn't send, parents should, it's not every time they should send their children to boarding house. But at the same time, I'm of the opinion that they should send so that they can experience new things. But you see that experience of me trying to bond with people in the beginning, it was not an easy experience, so I lie. It wasn't easy, man. Back then, KHMS at all. Crazy.
Who are the teachers that you remember, like the pioneer teachers that were you guys in like KHMS?
Oh, okay. I just hope. Okay. I remember Mrs. Emisola that used to teach English. I remember Mrs. Emisola. I remember there was a man that did social studies, but he left. Mr. I've forgotten that man. I remember who. I can't remember the pioneer teachers again, apart from Mrs. Bemisola. And okay, Mrs. Alade. Mrs. Alade, she was there.
Even like she scare you.
I swear, from that place, she don't emotionally scatter me emotionally. She don't fire me already. Why is your short knicker like this? I was like, Mom, sorry, I'm talking to you. Why are you flying your shit? Yeah. Mr. Alade, Mr. Davison, Who else again can I remember? I can't see. I can't really remember. Okay, all the people I can remember, they have gone. They may have gone before you came in. Like
No,
I'm remembering.
Adefiso was here now. Like,
No.
Triumph, her son was
Yeah.
there, my set.
Yeah,
Alade was here, Bemisola was there, Unko, of course, was there.
Charity. There was a woman, Miss Charity. She used to teach maths.
I don't remember Miss Charity.
You don't remember, yeah. So after that time in KHMS, they were not really, most of the teachers started coming after. Like Mr. Obaimi came, I think, second term. Mr. Olu Jacobs came second term. Mr. Harry, that's the social studies back then, came second term. And so the main teachers, most of them that were there back then with us, most of them have gone. Mr. Dixon was there from the start. But I even met him in UTC 2 days ago. Yes, for real. I just jammed him. He even forgot my face. I was like, he was trying to recollect me. I missed that one. Mr. Dixon was there. He was there from the start. And
was Mr. Evans there?
No, Mr. Evans was not there. Mr. Evans came third time.
Mad.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys did 1 week in KHMS, then the Pakuna. Did you guys did they use bus to transport, or you guys literally dragged your boxes to the gate?
I promise you, I can't remember.
Yeah, no. But you guys have moved to the actual site for Faith Academy, which according to you, of course, was not finished, but anyways.
It was just there. I can still remember. I can still smell the smell of paint on the hostel walls. You know, when you enter, there's this new scent of paint. I could smell it, and I didn't like it. I wanted to go back home. I was already there. So I saw it, and they divided us into houses. And okay, that time it was only old hostel, like you know it to be. So upstairs, nobody was upstairs.
Okay.
Do you understand? There was nobody upstairs. So greenhouse was one side, opposite greenhouse was yellow house. Then the other side, there was blue house, and opposite blue house was red house. Just that was all. That was all. Yeah. And there was no walkways. There was no walkways then. There was no walkways then. There was no dining hall. There was no dining hall there. Our dining was inside library.
Okay. So the library was complete, like the actual library.
Yeah, the actual library. The library was, it was complete though. But the books that are there, they brought it later.
Okay.
So there was actually dining upstairs and downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah. So what else? And the clinic, the clinic was there. The clinic was there. So that old dining hall, they built it much later, around just 113. Then what else? Okay, obviously the only administrative block was just that normal school building that you know it to be, and it was not even developed like that for real. It was just there. Yeah. There was no VP. There was no multipurpose. Obviously, there was no. It was just beer, sand everywhere. We saw it, man. Crazy. I can remember one of my faintest memories. Every time waking up in the morning to this guy ringing bell. Sani, that was in Yellow House. Mobolaji Sani.
Okay.
He was in Yellow House, the only one ringing.
Mobo,
always ringing the bell. One time for morning devotion. Our patron that time was Mr. Danjuma.
Well, you guys actually used bell that time. Gling, 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 gling.
Yes, now. What you mean? Oh, you came when there was alarm. We started with bell.
And our real ghetto.
Real ghetto. See, if I should narrate our experiences then, okay, that time our patron was Mr. Danjuma and his assistant was Mr. Francis. There were times like this, but that they don't used to be water in the hostel. So they will not go and buy bags of pure water and tell us to take one and use and bath. I say, we go use one, there's one pure water, use and bath, rub and shine. We will not come outside looking fresh. I'm like, bro, like we saw it all. Then we now have seniors like Williams, Wasa, that you go and you don't even know where you go and Colombia one bag of pure water, bust it inside. He's the only one that will take proper bath in the hostel. All of us will be suffering. Yeah, we saw it all, man.
So
Crazy.
let's talk about, I think, like the relationship, because again, as I stated in the beginning, I'm of the opinion that your set suffered the most, and the only reason is because that you guys were the ones that, like, you had, like, so from the beginning, the first set always saw you guys as their seniors. Like, and I think the way they even saw you as their juniors, and the way they even saw you as their juniors is like people that have always known to be below us. You understand? Like people that since the beginning, as per we they send them go fetch water for us, we they send them do chores for us, all this kind of thing. Like we they punish them on the regular. And like that first set, like from just 2 all the way to SS3, they were prefects. It's not like I think they give your sets at the point that you guys were prefects. Up until like your SS2, they were prefects all the way. Like you guys were with them since the beginning, but you only experienced prefectship like 2 years before you graduated.
No. That is not correct.
Oh, it's not correct.
No. I was a prefect in just 2. Because that time the school was not developed.
Okay.
So like the highest was just 1 and just 2. So just 2s were prefects. Then when just 2s moved to just 3, then they were not writing their junior work. They now gave prefectship to just 2s.
Well, that's when they left the school now. Like after the best year, they now left the school.
Left the school. They made SS1 now.
No, like I mean, like when you finish best year, you go home before every other person.
Oh yes.
So was it that period that they now gave you guys?
Yes. No. When before they started writing exams, they gave us.
Oh, okay. So you guys had good context. So you guys experienced prefectship at a point, like in that just 2 period.
Yes. Well, that was the first time I became punctuality prefect.
You now became it again in SS3. SS2.
I became it again in SS2. In fact, I think every step of the way I was a prefect in JS2. Somehow they created prefectship again in JS3, and they gave to some JS2s. They still gave me prefectship. I don't know. I can't remember. I know I was a prefect like 3 times when I stay in FA.
Wait, in JS3? In JS3, like the first set was in SS1. No?
I can't remember, but I know I was a prefect like 2. Maybe JS2 and SS2. There was a time they created one special prefectship called us Eagles or something. So they now gave
I remember Eagles.
Yes, no. They gave me prefect again. I was like,
okay.
That's nothing.
Well, I mean, like so I mean, I'm jumping a lot, but when they built new hostel now that they moved again, that's another thing I think that you guys suffered from. When they built new hostel that they moved first set and you guys to new hostel, they now left my set as in charge of old hostel. They did something like Eagles too, like around that period. Yeah, they gave people in our own set like house captains and whatever. But so far, man, like I just feel for you honestly, because they actually carry they for leaving now for our hostel, but they say no, go to their hostel, and you guys now became automatic juniors again.
Exactly. As the SS3s or like the ones people ahead of us were not there now. But they couldn't send us because things have changed though. They couldn't really send us like that. Because they couldn't, even though we go automatic juniors, they didn't really have mind to start saying, hey, Oketa, can get working for me. Bro, we're past that stage to an extent. Like to an extent. As at that time, I think we were in SS1, Abi.
Yeah, you guys were in SS1.
They were in SS1, and also it was not as if they could actually do anything to us. We could get another junior. It didn't stop anything. We could get another junior from another hostel. Come and fetch my water for me regularly. If I don't see it by 5 p.m. every day, you know what's going on. There's nothing that can stop me. It's crazy, man. So that one don't really mean anything. But we did go through it.
So what were the moments? Like, I'm sure you were in greenhouse, and Evans, of course, was like responsible for greenhouse. So from that, can you explain perhaps like your period before Mr. Evans as patron and after Mr. Evans? Like, what changes did you start noticing instantly?
I think I'm the perfect person to talk about Mr. Evans. I think I am the perfect, for real, because back in JS1 there was something that they did. They divided us into spiritual children and spiritual fathers.
Yeah.
Were you a moderator do that for you?
Yeah, when I came to school, they were like, that thing just has like 1 month and it just vanished.
So it was in JS1 they did for us first. They divided us, and coincidentally, Mr. Evans was my spiritual father. So as at that time, Mr. Evans to take care. Mr. Evans used to put extra caution on me. I love that man. Even though I used to run away from him as I still there because I was so scared of him. I swear. My spiritual brothers then was Anderson Zaka, Linear Nega. Then I can't even remember the rest of us.
Lillian was in first set, no?
Yeah, no, Lillian was my set.
Which was your set?
No, not that Lillian in red house. Not that Lillian.
Okay.
There was another Lillian in blue house. Like I can't remember, but if I remember, maybe I can tell you a different time. But I can't remember. So every time Mr. Evans used to put extra caution on me, like he comes to check me in my hostel, he comes to check me in my room, like he comes there, like Divine, how are you today? All this type of thing. He invites me. I should come to his office. I should come and he even buy things for us, his spiritual children.
Classic Mr. Evans. Classic
Crazy,
Mr. Evans.
Mr. Evans, he was like a father to us. Every two weeks, Mr. Evans would call us and brush us and tell us, how are you doing your studies? I'm hearing this thing that you're not doing well. I don't like it. All those kind of things. Like Mr. Evans took us like an ego, like we are his children. Like I don't know how to explain it. But even as he was doing this, I was still scared of him because after he come and tell us, you come and buy things for us and everything, the next thing you see me walk with by the count of 10, people start to run. I still fear that. I just dey waka with her small.
Wait. So that period, that means like when did he now move into the hostel as patron? Was it still when you were just one, or was it like after?
No. That wasn't just he moved to this thing. He came in as our computer science teacher. In just one. He came just one to him. And the transition. How we started fearing Mr. Evans is let me say it here first. There was a man called Mr. John Tiav. He was a great teacher. Mr. John Tiav worked so that Mr. Evans could run.
Wait, what? Mr. John Say?
No, not John Say, not fine art. Mr. John Tiav. He was an agri teacher. Mr. John Tiav actually had the whole school in his grip from just one first term to second term before he said he wanted to do.
So he was Mr. Evans before Mr. Evans.
Yes, ask the OGs there, they'll tell you about Mr. John Tiav. Mr. John Tiav worked so that Mr. Evans could come and run. It's just as simple as that. And coincidentally, they didn't meet themselves. I don't know, maybe it was programmed by the school, though. And Mr. John Tiav was leaving, Mr. Evans was entering. Maybe that's how they told us. I don't know. Mr. John Tiav left second term, third term, first term. Oh, when he left now, all of us were like, there's no Mr. John Tiav again now. We're just became as Evans. And I don't know, maybe how we started fearing Mr. Evans was the fact that he was always doing this stealth mode shit. Like he had this commanding voice, and you know how his structure was. It wasn't big, but it was kind of big. And what made us started fearing was the time that he started commanding parade. He started doing this commanding parade for greenhouse and everything, and commanding, yes. That was when the school started fearing him. That Mr. Evans could say by the count of 10, he doesn't want to see anybody here. That kind of thing. In fact, there was one incident that Mr. Evans did that I told my brother. My brother was just laughing. I was like, because he didn't experience it. One day past prep. It was
your
prep.
brother. Which brother?
Dave. Okay, he didn't meet him. He came after my sister in just1 to the school. What's her name again? Fever. What was her name? Debbie.
Okay, yeah, that's true, Deborah. What class? What's the age gap between them? Like, she was in what class when he entered?
No, sure. The difference is like 1 year. Debbie was.
So she was in JS2 and he was in JS1.
Yeah.
But he went to FA2.
Yeah, he went to FA2. That's terrible. So when he came, so prep was around 4 o'clock. Like after 4, like 4 o'clock. You know how prep is. Then we were still in the hostel to around 4.
But is this afternoon prep or what?
Afternoon prep.
Okay. Uh-huh.
So we're still in the hostel to like 4:30, 4:34, 4:44. We have forgot Amobolaji forgot to ring the bell. So we're playing. Mr. Evans just entered. He saw all of us playing. He said, Mr. Evans talk. What? You people are still here? He now started doing as if he was walking upstairs to go and get the key. By the count of 3, everybody should fly out of this hostel. Musa Obed, by 3, I didn't see a single soul in that hostel again. This man started counting one, Jesus. All of us that were in boxers or singlets, we didn't know when we got our clothes. Guys, see, that was the kind of dominion force Mr. Evans had. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but obviously, of experience, we didn't even know where we got our houseware. If you like me, you just wash your houseware, like you go carry them from where and where they go. It was the way carry sandals, it was the one outside. 2, 3, by 3, he just simply, I just saw him coming downstairs from outside where I was. I had to safety first. from outside, I just saw him come outside, just close the gates. That was all, and he went back. That was all. That was crazy, man. The whole
was he patron then?
Yes, he was patron then in early jest. Yeah, just one third term. That was when second half. That was when he became patron. Down to just 3 first term, I guess. So that was when he became patron. And yeah, was it just no? I think that was just 2. Sorry, it was just 2 started. But I still have memory. And yeah, Mr. Danjuma, Mr. Danjuma was. We have memories, Mr. Danjuma, him and Mr. Francis. But I think Mr. Danjuma he showed the school that he had more better things to offer than being a patron, and so they moved him to the accounting department. Mr. Francis too. So we then now switched from Mr. Evans and one other person I can't remember again.
I mean, so when I came to FA, you guys were in. I was just 2, you were in just 3, and Mr. Evans. So if you remember when you guys were in just 3, oh Jesus Christ, that when them Chibike came, so I came with them Chibike set. I think that changed a lot of things. Like Chibike, Jotam, like them Dipo, Obose, Jesse Ode. Hey God, I think those guys were already there. But anyways, like if you can remember during that period when they came, Mr. Evans' room was like by the end, like by the extreme end. I think it was dorm 6 if I remember properly, and my dorm was dorm 5. So every time, and that time like there was siren. The first time when I was in Jersey, the first time they actually rang the bell for siren, like that first morning, yeah, I thought the hostel was on fire. I was like,
What? What?
I was like, why did they like? Honestly, I felt sick that first morning because I was like, why are you ringing like fire alarm for us to go like for devotion? But yeah,
Part of those, what they call that in cultural shock. I mean, what they call that thing?
Serious cultural shock, adaptation, man.
Who was ringing the bell? I think was it me? I think maybe it was me. Maybe it was me that was ringing it. In the hostel, it was me that was ringing it. That's what I
Oh. But like that period, like Mr. Evans was the person responsible for greenhouse. Like greenhouse was always coming first in like sanitation or whatever. But like I know he was greenhouse in charge of greenhouse even before then, because the guys that were like them Tokoyi, Asha, all these guys that were like that came in just 1 told me about how greenhouse used to just suffer. Like when Mr. Evans became in charge of greenhouse as at that point. I mean, if you talk about that.
Okay, wait. Did you come after Mr. Evans left as patron?
No. Like when he left as patron, he became VP Acad now. I came like when he was a patron, like proper. He was staying in hostel. He was punishing us if toilet was dirty. That kind of Mr. Evans.
Okay, but he was still patron.
Yeah, he was patron. He was staying in the hostel.
Okay, so the thing about when Mr. Evans became patron in Greenhouse, at first he was patron. I think he was patron for the whole hostel. No, then he now became what they call that thing, housemaster for just Greenhouse. I don't know how they made it work. So I don't know. He was housemaster for Greenhouse because he was commanding. At the same time, he was still patron for the whole hostel. So he used to pay extra caution on Greenhouse. Like he used to pay on extra caution. Like say. Our house captain was David Ayafa, and Ayafa was housemaster, and there's this other person that was assistant. I mean, Ayafa was assistant. There was somebody I can't remember. There was somebody he was assisting. Yeah. So no, Ayafa, and Ayafa became his. But Ayafa does not. David Ayafa doesn't talk much. He doesn't even eat much. His presence is commanding. He will just come.
There are many guys like that too in that process, like in Greenhouse.
I swear, that first set is something to talk about. I'll talk about those guys. Let me just finish this one. So the alpha will just come. Oketa, why is that bucket under the bed? You go see fear. This is not Mr. Evans, so this was the alpha. I could just start the run there. I'm very sorry. Now talk about Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, there was a day, the hostel, the greenhouse bedroom was very dirty. He pushed all of us inside to go and wash it. All of us, senior, junior,
including first set.
He didn't care who you were. All of you enter. All of you enter inside and died there. God, all of us were inside. Like, you see, if you wanted to punish us, like, Mr. Evans is very tactical, like, and that's why we learned a lot of things under him. You know, Mr. Evans came with this man of war mentality because he did NYC, was like the commanding leader in NYC in the man of war thing. So he came with that military bags mentality on how to discipline children and at the same time still make them like you. So that was how Mr. Evans was, and he didn't tolerate nonsense. And at the same time, he didn't tolerate nonsense. You still loved him. So I can remember there was...
See, that thing, for me, is still like sorcery. Like, he's the only guy, I think, in that school that, like people respected and feared, but still liked at the same time. Like, how? Like, other teachers, like, when they don't like them, like, they don't like them at all. They have nothing to like about them. Like, especially when they instill fear. But, like, for Mr. Evans, to an extent, like, he was able to get those two things.
I don't know how he did it. He will beat you with his right hand and draw you back with his left hand. And you'll be feeling as if you do something to hurt Mr. Evans, you'll be feeling bad. You'll be feeling like there was a time Mr. Evans was like, he doesn't want people to be washing inside the room. Everybody heard, now only me still they wash inside the room. And another thing, I want to talk about that thing because of the fact that he was my spiritual father back then. I used to still do anyhow. I used to feel nothing could happen to me. Mr. Evans, Mr. Evans, man, handled me that deal. He called, like, when he saw me washing inside, he was just like, Divine, follow me. He now, in my presence, as I did beside him, he now assembled everybody to come to the common room. Just for my matter, he assembled. Then he now did a meeting. He was just talking. Then at the end of the day, he now branched. He was not like, I've been telling people about washing in the room, and it's like, you people still don't want to hear all this kind of talk. He was not like, Divine, come here. He laid me down with, the way that plumber came, he used 12 for me. I won't forget, 12. And Mr. Evans came, you cannot chest it. You could embarrass yourself. See me, they roll for command. See people, they look at me. Yeah, that was Mr. Evans back then. I remember Mr. Evans was the only person that seniors couldn't chest his skin. Like, you see Lakey that used to form chesting. There was a day in front of computer lab. He was flogging everybody, and Lakey, where did he always say Lakey no good? Lakey was fighting for his life there. He flog in front of girls, everything. Bro, Lakey was down bad there. Did he flog him 12 without plumbers? This thing, bro. Nah, it's crazy, man. I actually see how much respect my parents to this day, man. We haven't talked though. Crazy.
Let's shift now a bit to like your academics. I was saying junior school. Like, were you always like top of class, like always studying? Like, what was your profile like academically when you were in junior school?
I was nowhere on the food chain.
You were nowhere.
I was actually nowhere on the food chain. Like I can remember. Crazy. I was struggling, and okay, let me just explain something. The reason why I loved book back in secondary school, it was because of my father. There was something my father did when we were in JS1. In fact, he has been doing it since primary school. But in JS1, back then, it was the people that used to get first, that got first overall was Fadeke Melutubo, Baja Ben Hanan, that's Ben Hanan, and there was a third person. I'm trying to remember who the third person was. And Emanuela Omabimi. So they were the ones that got best 3. So when my father collected that book, there was a book, they would write all the names of speech and prize and everything. So my father was always happy, calling Fadikemi's name in the house. Fadikemi, I know what she did. You know, there's something.
Did he know her?
He didn't know her, but he just loved her. And it kind of made me jealous. Like, you didn't even know this girl. Why do you like? It's like he was so. If you mention Olutubo, you see the smile on his face, and I think that kind of gingered me. I was like, okay, you know what? Let me do as if let me fight and make sure that my name enters this book. So that was the mentality in my head. I needed to make sure my name enters this book. And in JS1, I was struggling. I didn't know the basics then. When it came to academics, I only read for CA test and exam. I didn't bother about test assessment. I didn't care about assignments. I didn't care about CA test. I didn't care about the others. So I think that's what drained me and I didn't know maths too. I didn't know maths. So I was struggling.
You say you don't know maths?
I didn't know maths back then.
More.
I didn't know maths, bro. I didn't know maths. It was looking like daggers. And the funny thing was that my dad used to teach me maths every day at home. My dad was a big inspiration in my life because every time I'm coming back from school, he'll be like, because my Igbo name is Ugochukwu. He calls me by my Igbo name. Ugochukwu, where's your master's book? Go and bring it. We're going to just go and bring your master's book. I'll have to gather all the master's book, long man, all the different types that they gave us and bring it home. He'll be teaching me maths. That's what he did every time. He always taught me maths at home. But anytime he's teaching me maths, I'm like, okay, what's going on? And he looked like Arabic to me. He was the teacher. And once about my dad, he never hits me when I was messing up. Like he can tell me 1 + 1 is 2. He'll say, sorry by yourself, I'll do 1 + 1 21. He won't hit me. He'll still correct me again and tell me, but I just showed you now. Do you get it? So it was now later, I think close to SS1, I started developing interest in maths. And I feel that's why the same thing, whenever I'm teaching somebody maths, I usually like tell them, first of all, do you want to know this thing? They'll tell me yes. But you know, the yes is not actually from their mind because obviously they want to pass maths. I'll still ask the same question. Do you really want to know this thing? So when I teach the people maths, I'm always encouraging them to, when I teach you, practice it on your own. And the reason why I started picking interest in maths was because I started practicing on my own. And maths became so intoxicating in the sense that when you solve one and you get it, you want to solve another one.
Oh my God. I do that feeling.
You know that? Yeah. So it became intoxicating. And my dad started seeing me picking interest in maths. Like, you're doing maths, you'll not come and be teaching me again. So within the period of just 3 to SS1.
Did your dad study maths or engineering or what?
Yeah, he studied engineering.
Okay.
No, my dad loved maths. My dad loved maths very well. Like, he was very good in maths. All his friends used to see it, and all his siblings, he taught all of them maths, you get. So he was always wondering why I didn't know maths, you get. So it became, so that it was one between JS3 to SS1, that was when I picked up in maths. And I discovered that when I picked up in maths, I picked up everywhere else.
Because I think it's just the logic that if I feel pass maths, was another subject.
Exactly. That was just it. So there's one I was struggling for myself. I think I didn't finish in the first 5. I think I finished first 6. I can still remember the people that got first 3 in my class. That was Destiny, Paul Eneche. Paul Eneche's daughter was in our school that time. Destiny.
Paul Eneche's daughter was in Faith Academy?
Yeah, she was there.
Which of the daughters?
Destiny.
Okay.
Destiny.
When did she leave?
She left that same just one.
Okay.
So I can't even remember who got second, but I think third was Bimisola Martins. So, as in, I'm not trying to.
Yellow House, have you?
Yeah, she was in Yellow House. Right. I'm not trying to underrate Bimisola, but there was something Fanny told me. You know Fanny Oliver. Yeah, Fanny Oliver told me something in SS1 because Fanny is somebody that she loved that back then, and she told me something because she can still remember just one. She told me, you were so dull to the extent you let Bemisola pass you. Like, see, that was how I was struggling. It's not if Bemisola is dull, but like that was how down bad I was because like I finished like 73. 73 was my average in just 3, like 73. I think Bemisola got third with like 79 or so. Do you get? So I didn't really know anything, the logic back then. So that was how.
What if Fanny gets? How does she's downrating other people?
Don't mind that. Back then in just one, I think Fanny got first 3 in just 1E. Yeah.
Okay.
Fanny got like third or so in just 1E. So it's funny story, kind of different from mine. Me, nobody knew me in junior school. You get like no, I was nobody. They didn't know me, and that was just two. The same thing. I was in just 2C, and that time it was Emmanuel Omabimi, Lenia Nega, and who again got third. It was those people that were dominating Fadekemi, but the names back then were Fadekemi and Baja, Omabimi, the Godman. Yes, the people that knew it. Like nobody
Godman
saw
safe.
me. Oh, Godman.
Yes, no.
Leave that boy.
Another smart ass.
So all those people, like, nobody rated me. But I knew I was fighting. I was fighting to be among the best sets in academics. But if evidence no show, you go explain tire. Do you understand? You go explain. You go explain tire. That was in junior school. So I think what changed it all was in just 3. When, in just 3, that was when I started picking up. And that was in just 3E when Shomade Gabriel came to my class and Shomade got first and all. The difference between me and Shomade wasn't that much. Shomade got 86, I got like 81, 81. And I told myself that what's the difference between Shomade that got first position in this class now and me? So that was like in just 3. Then I started fighting, and there was something I overheard someone of our classmates say that made me say I'll go to art class. To be honest, I didn't really fancy science like that. I didn't. It's not as if I did science, I won't pass, I won't win or something. But I didn't really fancy science because all my life I've always been in the art section. Like back in primary school in Legacy, they used to do this club thing that will separate people: science, Jet Club and Literary and Debating Club.
Yeah.
So I remember I didn't like Jet Club. They were too arrogant for my liking. So I'll go to Literary and Debating Club and just go and do debate there and just be reading storybooks and shit. So I always attach myself to that part. So when I heard one of our classmates say, I don't want to call his name, he said art people are very dull people, as in why would I go to art class? Like they always regard people as those kind of people are dull. Then I turned and told him that, you know what, I'm going to go to this art class and I'm going to prove you guys wrong. I can remember saying that in gestury. I told him that. I did too.
Greenhouse boy.
You said?
Wait, type on for chats. Make I see the name. Like, don't say it, but like, just type in the chat. I want to know who it is.
Okay. Okay. Autocorrect. I don't know if you can remember him.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. He actually said that. So it was like, he was kind of like a bully back then. So anytime he says something, it's kind of yeah and amen in the class. You get that was how he
check the chat.
Yes. Yes,
okay. Okay.
So he was just talking to people and was like, that time we're trying to make decisions on which class, science or art. And people were like, obviously I'm going to go to science now. That's where like that's where the smart ones are. And like if you go to art class, people regard you as dull and all those kind of things. So that was the stereotype, even among us that were 12, 13 years old then. You can imagine, you get. And I'm this kind of person that when somebody tells me something, I feel like I actually like break the jinx. I'm like, okay, is that what you think? I'll actually want to like revolt against it. Like that is how I've been even up till now. If you can remember that time when I was fighting for you for president, of if you saw the way I was
get there. Oh boy, I don't hear oh boy. Oh Jesus.
So like when he said that thing in class, I was like, okay, I'm going to go to art class and I'm going to prove you wrong. He was like, okay, now that kind of thing. I can't wait to. I don't know what to say again, but that was my mind was made up. And in junior school, I was doing well in basic science. Our big science teacher that time was Mr. Tosin. Mr. Tosin Noiki. Yeah. Mr. Tosin. There was something.
Did he used to have the test with you guys? Like I said, they were like test every Thursday in like basic science and lab that you have to do. And you have to learn like 20 equations to greet him every morning. Did you guys do the same thing?
Definitely.
Oh.
What? No, we'll get Mr. Tosin was another person, just like Mr. Evans, that you beat with his left hand and you draw it back with his right hand. That kind of thing. Mr. Tosin made all of us know the 20 elements by force. And he made us love basic science. There was something Mr. Tosin would do. Every of his tests, he would go around all the classes and be announcing it. The highest.
But he used to flog you guys during that period, like if you got it wrong.
No, but Mr. Tosin used to flog. I can't remember, but he used to flog.
In our set, they change tactics, so because if you fail, if you get 9, they will flog you 1. If you fail 5, they will flog you 5.
I'm not sure. He did that for us. I can't remember. But I know Mr. Tosin used to do something that made all of us fall in love with basic science. He made all of us aspire to be like get 20/20 in his CETs. You get. So all of us, like, he'll go. If he marks, let's say he marks just 2A scripts, and let's say who's in just 2A now? Who can I remember in just 2A? I can't remember. But let me say Fadekemi in just 2A, and she got 20/20. He will come to just 1C, which was just 2C, which was our class, and be like, in just 2A, Fadekemi scored 20/20. In just 2E, Shomade scored 20/20. Let's see who will score 20/20 here. Like, he'll be announcing it as he's going to class. So your name, they go hear him for another class. You understand? So you in your mind, you'll be like, Mr. Tosin, he must call my name for this class. So he will come for energy. See, basic science, and they read and pass other subjects. I know they send Agric. I know they send all those ones. Now basic science, I go just read. I swear. So the point is, I actually loved science. Do you get? So I loved science, even to gesture, I love science. And when we wrote basic, I got, like, basic is A, C, and D. AC, there's no B's.
Yeah.
So I did well in basic science. I got C's and everything. So when guidance and counselor, that Mrs. Success, when she saw my result from basic, calling people for you back. When she saw my results, she was like, okay, I think you're going to go to science class, right? My father was not beside me. I was like, yes, he's going to science class. I was not like, Dad, I'm not going to science class, I'm going to art class. That was in our front, too, in dining hall. See, I wish I can bring back that moment, because my dad did not want me to go to art class. He at that moment, it felt as if I was not his son. Like, because I said, no, that moment, he felt as if everything I've poured into this boy wants to go against me to art class. Why are you doing this to me? Because my father is an engineer, my mother is an engineer. They're expecting me, the first son, to be an engineer too, and everything. But I was telling them that I didn't want to. And it was kind of like childish intuition. The only thing that was in my mind was like, I want to go to art class and prove these people wrong. That was the only thing that made me go to art class. Even I could have joined everybody and go to science. So science, I was just like, my father told me, yes, he's going to science class. That's what he was telling Miss Success. I told Miss Success I'm going to art class. Miss Success was not like, but your results are good now. I was like, no, I'm going to art class. I was still insisting. Then Miss Success now told my father that, okay, I like as this boy is doing. He wants to go to art class. I like him to go to art class since it's his passion. That was what Miss Success told my father. My father was not pleased. When we went back to the car, he was still begging me, Divine, why did you? Because Miss Success has penned my name in art class. They should send me to art class. So my dad was still begging that we can change the decision, go to science class. Like, he was still begging. Like, I was just like, I was telling my father, childishness. I was like, I was just giving him reasons apart from the main reason. I was just telling him. He didn't know it was a childish, what's the word? A childish, mentality, because I wanted to prove people wrong instead of actually going to science class. I didn't know that. I was just giving him reasons like, Daddy, I don't want to do engineering because you've been an engineer. Let's have another person doing another thing in the family. I was just giving him all these reasons.
You did cook up story.
Let him cook now. So I just told him, and he just allowed me. So that's how I found myself in that class. So yeah.
Okay. So you enter art class SS1.
Yeah.
Just us. What happened?
Okay. When I entered art class SS1, they joined art and commercial together. Okay. So the moment I entered, I have never gotten first position before in my life, but I just entered with anger. And I read my book 2 times, twice than I've ever read it before. I don't know how to explain it, but I just entered with this kind of, this class that I'm entering new, like, I'm going to put extra effort. So there's something they used to do in JS1 that they'll do midterm performance, dummy results.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I saw dummy results.
Dummy. So when they gave me that dummy results, I was first. I was shocked. I was first. This was my first in my life. Like, bro, I showed my dad I got first. He was so happy. I got first position, like in dummy. That is like half 10 rate. But I knew that this thing it's not complete yet. I need to still work hard for second half. I didn't just relax and all. So I just put that behind me quickly and I worked as if I didn't even get the first before. So, and I made sure that I don't even know why I was just putting a lot of effort when I look back now in hindsight, if it was based on competition, I wasn't really competing with anybody. I just wanted to prove a point. Do you get? It's not as if I were in the same class, me and Godman or me and Fadikim, I'm competing against this girl. I wasn't doing that. I just wanted to prove a point. I was just like trying to double down on my studies to prove a point to all those niggas in science class that it was just me and that boy that told me that thing that day about
the funny thing is that he actually left. I think he left after SS1. Like
yeah, he left, but he has already planted a seed in my head already. So I was just trying to.
And he's not even all that too. Like he's not like the smartest guy alive or something. Like
no, he was not. No, I don't know. It was just when I think it's just like a childish anger towards what he said. It's not against him. It's what he said. And the reason I was fighting every other person that thinks like that.
You're fighting against an idea.
Exactly. That was just what I was thinking. I was fighting against an idea. How will you say ask people at door? So that is why I was just putting my whole energy, everything I was reading times 2 to everything. So when the results came out of SS1 first term, I got 87. I've never gotten past 83 in my life. I got 87. Jesus, that was crazy. And when it happened, I was like, fuck, let's do it again. It became sweet. It became like a game. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it became like a game. And the second term again, we doubled down again. And 87, second term I got 88. We were like, let's do it again. Third term we got 89. You get. So, if you notice, I was increasing in average, but I was not still satisfied because my name wasn't still in first 3 of the school. Because my point exactly was to show these niggas that as people are not dull, but I'm not still hitting a mark yet. They still know that, there's somebody in arts class that isn't dull, that is showing up the whole world that arts class isn't dull. But I was still like, see, it was like a childish, from SS1 to SS3 was like a childish anger to prove a point. Literally, it was just like that to prove a point.
Oketa, make I just yarn you. Like I can remember. So you're SS1 now. Like us, we're in JS3, and of course, like I think even at that point, like my trajectory is like the same with yours, but like my academic success, a lot of credit has to go to Mr. Evans, Sha. But like even JS3, like the same, like exactly like you, like 6th position, all these kind of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 6th position in JS3 too. I think I was in JS3A like that. So when I started SS class, like in JS3, I was not looking at like your sets now because it still looked so far. Like I'm still doing 14 subjects. These guys, I don't know what they're doing. But when I entered SS1, right, because I was not like, who are the guys like in SS2, SS3 that were in art class, right, just to gauge a bit. And like I can remember like checking because that time and there's like first in class. There's like first in like your group, like arts class student top 3, science student top 3, and then there's overall. There's like 3 categories. There's like in your own class, in your own like group, and then in the whole set. And I was like, I saw 88. I think that was your average in SS1. When you enter SS2, like cumulative. I was like, who is this guy? Like, who the hell is this boy?
Yeah, I remember.
Because like I think the funny thing is that I think the next person was like you got the person was like 4% or something. Like it was crazy. Like nobody was near you at all in art class.
Yeah, no. The next person to me was Shomadi, and she got 8.
Yeah, and I think she got So it was like I was like is this guy lost? Because from the results, it's like this guys lost.
Like the result just looked like Bayern Munich versus West Ham. Like this is unfair.
Like exactly. I swear, like when I saw that result, that was one of the gingers I got in the sense that like, oh, wait, Pacific actually, because of course, like we heard the same thing. The reason why I went to art class, I didn't was because I hated basic science. Like now I really love physics, but like when I was in junior school, I hated basic science. Partly because like of the experience, like Mr. Tosin was a teacher, the whole flogging thing, like how we're forced to learn basic science. Like I don't learn that way. Like I don't learn by flogging. Like it just does not enter my head properly. So like it just kind of irritated me and like it created friction between me and science subjects as a whole. Even yesterday I dropped biology because I was like, waiting concern biology for this life. But like when I enter SS class, same with Miss Success Kennedy. I went there. She was like, oh, I was like straight up. I never even questioned it. Straight up arts. And like I started researching now. No, but my own was not like to prove points. My own was like just my dislike for science based on my own experience. And then I started searching now, and like I was seeing, like I think the only thing that stood out to me was that like as I was in SS1 was Oketa got 88. Like the benchmark is like, you know, when before human beings went to the moon, people were like, oh, it's impossible to go to the moon. But then like when somebody now actually goes to the moon, you're like, what the hell? You can't go to the moon.
I said some people can go to the moon too. Let's go to the moon. Crazy. Oh my god. Okay, so I think that because of that drive for academic success, it kind of like opened me up to so many things that are still part of me today. It taught me so many things along the way. It taught me that number one, man's needs are very insatiable. It taught me that power corrupts and absolutely power corrupts absolutely. What I mean by that is that the more you have, the more you want. Do you get? And the more you get better. So like I want to divert a little bit. It's just kind of like, you know, the competition between Messi and Ronaldo, how Ronaldo gets bigger and how you understand. So they were pushing themselves. And sometimes when I watch football, I actually understand their mentality to an extent that I understand why Ronaldo pushes himself. Back then in 2012, and Messi is averaging 90 goals per season. Ronaldo is averaging 86 goals per season, that kind of thing. And the people at their back, they are getting 50 goals per season. You can see the guy because they were like, they needed more and they were pushing themselves more. So at some point, it was not as if, it was not even against me trying to prove a point again. At some point, I was trying to enter 90%. I just wanted to enter 90%. So I didn't even care about what the person at my back, the other people in my class were doing. It was just like me, and it was like opening me. It stretched me. That's the word. It stretched me, and it taught me the value of delayed gratification. Back in school, it taught me that okay, before I eat, like sometimes like before I eat, I'll make sure I read a particular subject till the ending, even if it's like 20 pages. I'll make sure I read it to the ending, and in my mind, I'm keep on telling myself that that conflict you want to eat or that thing you want to eat, you eat it when you finish, when you know you're really done. So it taught me things like perseverance, determination, how to be successful in life. Like that's why I usually tell people that school is not actually scam per se, because if you're inside school, it will teach you some values that you can use in other things. You understand? A lot of long suffering, all these things that people that are into books, that love academics, when they are pushing themselves to go the extra mile, to hit the extra mile, they're developing, you get. So it's not mostly about academics, but about real life. You can actually apply those things you do while you're trying to strive for something in school to actually
like
build yourself in real life too.
Only like
anything you're
doing.
doing.
I was supposed to put like one more name, like two more names. But you know, like when you're graduating and they say, oh, who's your role model? Like I put 3 names. The first was Oketa.
What?
I think the second was no. Like I literally like I put Oketa.
Yeah.
You don't know what you did, bro. Like I put I think Chibike Ayim, and then I put like Flourish Abiolo. Like because you know what FA did to me in terms of like my drive for books. Because just I think we have a very similar story, even though of course like you still be boss, yeah. But when I was in junior school, I could care less about school. Like in like I did not have the proper foundation to set up for academics, even though like both my dad and my mom were lawyers, so like, you know, reading guys, that kind of thing. Yeah. But like I just like my dad never really, you know, he's the kind of person that, oh, you bring your results, oh, you get 70-something%. Like I was averaging 70-something% all the time in junior school. And he's like, oh, good, you can do better, you know, good. Like they don't used to flog you, you know, like they just say, oh, you can do better. Like there's no pressure as such in academics. But this thing that you said there, in just 3, after like one encounter I had with Mr. Evans, and this is one I started like in art class, especially because like I don't know if you remember like Yerima. He was in my class, my cousin.
Yeah, I know Yerima.
Yerima was just naturally smart. Like since primary school, this guy has been bagging first, second, third position. Like so for him it was like very natural, and like he's more science than art, but like somehow he still came to arts at the end of it. I think it's because of like finance and accounting, just because of his momsy. But and then I now had like Tobi Oraka, and I had Mr. TK, who was like reading like a madman. Like and I had Mr. Christopher Joseph.
Yeah, I know this guy. Mr. Joseph, Mr. Christopher.
Yeah. And then I had like Chibike Ayim, who was like Chibike did not care about school. Like that guy was bloody smart, but he did not care about like subject. This guy was reading like books.
Yeah, I noticed he was only reading storybooks. All these you know,
like John Grisham, John Maxwell. Yes. Like bro, you see Chibike like every single day.
I swear, he was always for me philosopher. Like he always looked like a philosopher to me. The man didn't care. You know, he had this body structure. He had this authoritarian body structure, and he was so fat, and obviously he was pious and him son. So everywhere it was always good for him. I felt. I don't know, and I think he's to get like first string class. I think I don't know in their set. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I don't know, but he just had this intelligent boy structure, but that doesn't give a fuck about books. I remember.
He was mature. Like the quality of his thoughts was very profound. Like, so, I mean, the context is like having all these guys around me, like, especially like, having Chibike, having you, and then I don't know if you guys met. Yeah, I think you guys met. Like, so Flourish. Do you remember Flourish Abiolo?
Yeah,
that guy like destroyed academics in Faith Academy. Like her and Kessie and they like literally smashed what it meant to be overall. Like in my life, I've never seen somebody get like 98. Like, what are you?
What? What the fuck?
Do you understand? Like, what the hell are you? Like, what are you?
Oh God, they're robots, man. They're Erling Haaland of academics. Their program
like,
this one is Messi, so they go 98.
So I mean, and like in our sets, I've been getting Uzo. Like Uzo, like at that point in like Faith Academy was like one goddess, like in terms of academics and all this kind of yes, Arachi. But then when I now saw like Flourish Abiolo, I was like, how is this even possible? Like how, like what kind of human beings are, and like, it's not only her. So like her and then Kenny and Kusi also got like 97. No, they're in junior school then, no. And like me, I did junior school now. Like me to do this junior school now. Like so how so 96, 97, so like the three of them were just getting like all these stupid results. But the point is that, like, for me, just being in an environment with this kind of individual, like you, Chibike, like the Flourish guys, Mr. TK, Mr. Christopher Joseph, also like Mr. Evans, like these things that you stated, like endurance, perseverance, like I did not know I was learning it, but each time I was like pushing myself because I don't think I ever became first in my class. I think only like in the 10, but like cumulative, I mean SS1 I got second, SS2 it was third, SS3 it was second. So I never got first per se, but like compared to junior school, like I pushed and applied myself so much that like I maintained being in those top 3 positions all throughout. And like it was because of these particularities that you said. And like looking at guys like you that were like, for me, looking at you, because say I always met you now. Like when I don't know if you remember, there's a point I was like, come Oketa, like what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like I was just asking you questions. I said,
I remember. Yeah, I was just
like,
telling you, I know. I was just telling you.
And you never really look like somebody that's stressed about it. Which was very weird to me because I keep myself like this. They jack. And just looking at you, they so carry the iron shirt. Can't they carry 88?
I think for me, okay, somebody that you just compared, I saw Gary and Iron Shirt. That was, to me, that was who Badger was, who Ben Hannan was to me. Ben Hannan started carrying these academics before me. So when I was in JS1, I used to look at him. Ben Hannan, I've never seen Ben Hannan open a book before. How does he do it? You get? So obviously, there's not later I saw how he did it. So for me, I used to read like days before exam starts. Like I can read like days before exam starts and before exam starts again. So I'm always reading when I'm not even reading. When people are not reading, I've always like started reading. Okay, I just get it in my head first of all. I just understand what the teacher said. I don't really pay attention in class in secondary school. And there was how I was. I didn't really give two shit about what the exam. I just pay attention to the basic things the teacher says, the most important things. I sleep a lot in class, but I just know that when I get to, I'm sure
it vex your classmates. I know that it vex your.
I say, I can remember edit.
Edit.
It is based on okay, who are you, sir? This young man in the I'm like,
I've been there edit dumb now. I've been there, I think SS1 I've been SS2. I think SS2 where Ede was a house captain. I've been there edit dumb. And like the guy just the jack. You now start complaining like this, okay, like he's not even doing anything. Look at the guy just carrying.
He even tells me to my face. But the thing is, I remember back in junior school, in secondary school, I can carry everybody along except when we get to exam hall. But that changed when I entered university, though. University, I still used to tell people things. I used to carry people along in university. University was a different system. But secondary school, we were kind of young and immature. I all these things about exam malpractice. If they catch you, they'll suspend you. And exam malpractice is a sin against God and man. So inside the exam, ask me question in exam. I'm like, I can't tell you. As in, I still regret it up to today, though. I don't know whether I should be regretting or not. I think I should regret it. But I used to.
I do.
You do. I regret it.
I was like you. SS1 to 3.
I don't used to tell people things in exam hall, but I'll try and help you before exam hall. So what I do, just like the same thing you asked me that time, some people come and ask me, what should I read in government? And there was a way I used to read. I used to read like systematically. I have, for instance, let's say in government, the first four topics, democracy, power, authority, for example. Then I'll read that one like some days before. Then the next one, that is before CA test. I'll not read the next set and I'll read the next set. So when it's time for CA test, I'll just jump pack all of them together and read at once as if I'm reading for the first time, but I already know what it is already. So, but I already know that, for example, if this man taught me 6 topics, out of these 6 topics, 4 must come out. So I basically take 4 seriously so that if I see it inside exam or something, I know. But the only time I actually read, like, I read the whole 6 completely is during CA test that has objectives. Because you know how objectives are. You won't know where it is going to be. So I used to actually like put my whole mind for it. But when it comes to things like exam or something like that, it's not all the topics I read. At that time, I had that kind of knowledge that I felt that, if this man taught us 10 topics, out of these 10, at least 5 will come out, 4 will come out in theory now. So I was just basically, that's how I used to read. So that was just how it was back then for me. But there was a time I used to stretch myself. That there was a time when we got to SS2 third term, SS2 second term, I felt that we're about to write WAEC. I started reading textbooks, word to word, from start to finish.
You were finishing textbook?
I was finishing textbooks. I swear. I was finished. I can remember sitting there finishing the whole of biology. I will sit down and finish
You finished biology textbook.
I finished biology textbook, I swear. The only thing that I was struggling to learn was the diagrams. And I'll just learn the diagrams, and I'll just keep it in the paper. And I'll just be looking at the diagrams just to remind myself of the parts. But the words, that was what I was trying to explain to you. There's a way you'll be doing something, you start stretching yourself to it becomes part of you. Like when I was telling you that Ronaldo used to score 80-something goals. When they started in their career, they used to score 80-something goals now. If they score 20 goals in a season, they're happy.
They compound.
Yes, the media will tell them that was a beautiful performance. 30 goals in a season, 40 goals. But there was a time him and Messi pushed themselves to 80 goals in a season. And it looked as if they hadn't even done anything much to them. That was how it became that in academics. When I was pushing myself, I was stretching myself. I felt that it was a game against me and these other people in science class, and I was still pushing myself. So at some point, I was like, the notebook was not doing it. Let me take textbook. And that's when I'll read the whole of textbooks to make sure I go it again. Then I can still reread it, but not every time. But I'll be reading textbooks, stretching myself to an extent that in SS3 second term, I didn't even need to really open textbooks anymore, because when they just tell me what's the meaning of osmosis, I already know what the meaning of osmosis was, because I've read the textbook before, like 2 times. So I already know what it was. Do you get? So that is how I felt, like, because it was, I don't really blame people. I don't really blame students that in secondary school that don't have attention for book. I don't really blame them, because this thing is kind of passion. Assuming I didn't have that undying passion to make my father happy as at that time, to see my name in that book and to prove somebody's point wrong, I'm not sure I would have pushed myself to that extent. Do you get? So kind of, it's just passion. Do you get? Like, what are you fighting for? Exactly. To me, that's how it looks like. What are you fighting for? What point are you trying to prove? Exactly. So that was you just have to, but what I also blame students for is, if you want to be like first 3, you have to actually find a passion from somewhere. Like, just maybe if it's to make your mother proud and happy, just do it. Or okay, maybe like what my mother used to tell my sister, see, your brother got this award, I want you to beat his record. All those kind of things. Like, just find your own passion and just hit at it. Keep on hit. And that applies to every other thing we're doing in life. Like, if you're doing something, let's say for example, you're a photographer or a video vixen or something, you have to just find like a passion, something that you know that you make the industry come to you. Do something. Like, you have to be more than the normal. You have to work extra hours, do everything. So that's what I learned from secondary school, like, that still kept on pushing me even till today. Like, okay, maybe later we'll talk about things I do today. So it's just like a compounding effect even up till now. You get? So like that was how it was for me in junior school. And even there was, okay, in SS3, let me say something. In SS3,
sorry, Oketa, before you entered like SS3, so first of all, like, let me just ask you, like, so what was your result like in SS2 cumulative?
My results in SS2, I can't remember, but it was around 80, 87, 88. It dropped a little bit. 87, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. But I can remember, so this thing that you said about, like, literally, like, just having a story that drives you. So I had a conversation, because, like, the 3 main guys from SS1 to 3, like, there were more guys that were increasing, but, like, in SS1 especially, as well as the 3 main guys, like, in art class was Talsu Nerits. I don't know if you know Nerits. She was one, like, Red House.
Red House, yeah.
Yeah. Nerits was like, you, like, that girl was, oh, Jesus Christ. She annoyed us. Like, have you ever, like, I think it was first or second term. Baby girl just, like, you know, that time everybody, like, they play now, they try to understand, oh, what's the idea? Like, what does it even mean that you are studying literature in English and all these government, economics, you know, like, everybody having specialized. Oh, I think it was first time exam or second time exam. Then you got like 87, like, it was over 70. Then you got like 67.5 over 70 in literature in English. And that time, like, we were still doing figures of speech. Like, figures of speech that people did not understand properly. Then you got 67.5. I was like, come, who are you?
Who the hell are you, bro? Because of speech.
Like, I think
shit.
I don't know. Oh God. I think I got so yes, like I started SS3 and I like me and Temple were now the ones like in literature and English, but like in SS1, I got like 50 something that exam, and somebody told me that now you got 67.5. Like, who is this babe? So me and Toby were having a conversation about this like last month. Like there's a podcast that I have with Toby Raka, because like Nerit, Toby, and Yerima were like the three main guys. You know, like all of us like we used to get like second, third. We used to like alternate, but like when it comes to like first position in classes, these three guys nobody are the ones that get like first in their own individual classes. I was talking to Toby now, and like he told me that. Because you know Toby's just all about book. Like that guy's life. Like if it I can't name Jesus Christ. Like he did Jack.
I'm
So now he just love he like he just did Jack.
You know something. Your set actually looked very competitive to me. Okay, maybe you see my set as competitive, but I kind of like feared your set to an extent. I was like, even the Oracas. No, the Oracas, were they your set? No, they were
it was only Toby. Toby had three siblings. So one was like Toby was the only one in our set, but he had like two siblings like below us.
You said something about Flourish.
Yeah. So Kenny and Kos, I think when you were in SS3, they were in just 2. They're in just 2.
Okay. Because I know their set very well. Okay, because I think I came for their speech and prize giving there, and I saw it was another boy that was in the mix of
That's Dabby. Like all the Oracas, all of them have Swansea.
Yeah. So I think it was, I don't know who got best string your set. I'm trying to remember your set.
My set, which year?
No, your set like SS3 at the end of the day. Who got best overall? I'm trying to remember something about your set.
I think SS3 was Amachi. Like in my guys, like you're right though. Like competition was tense in my set. And like, the thing about competition in my set is that like it changed. I think the most competitive class set was technical class. Like technical class was brutal. But like Obina, Asoluka, Arinde, Shegoshime.
They had
like,
this boy in the house. I'm trying to remember his name. What's his name?
Which house?
He was in Red House.
Ofodi.
Who?
Ofodi.
That boy was. I was scared of that boy. I was like, what? No, you're saying I lost Amarachi. Yeah, I was like, if I was in this set, I'm not sure I'll survive. So an extent, I was scared of the set. But in an extent, I'm like, I know that if they put me against these people in the same class, I will still have that kind of energy to like fight. You get? I might not be. I'll still have that energy to fight. I just knew it's just about energy. But the way your set was coming, I was like, assuming they put my set against your set, I just hope we'll win. Do you get? It was crazy.
Nah,
that's crazy.
I don't know. Like when we enter senior school, like in junior school, we know too. I mean, the girls always now like just want to just try to like Oyin, Amarachi, Oyin. Maman, Amachuzo, and like, like always stopping, like our class. But SS3 and senior school, I don't know what happened inside boys. Like boys just woke up, like somehow, like all of us just woke up, like from A to Z. We just woke up, and it just changed everything. Everything just changed, and like people were just jacking and reading, and like it wasn't negative like competition. Like people will visibly come to another person like, why are you passing me? You know, like we'll literally like face off and be talking about ourselves like, this guy, like, can you stop? No, they score like that. Like I'm be asking ourselves like, oh, what did you score?
Serious?
But like it wasn't like
so
bad blood.
That's so lovely. I say that is beautiful, healthy competition. Actually, it's to ginger you to know this. I think one thing I loved about the people said was that you people had swag and at the same time you people knew book. Do you get? Like for example, Obina, swag boy. But Obina, they disturb when it comes to speech and prize giving day. I'm like, that's crazy. It's just like the same thing. Like he doesn't even look like it too. But this boy, they disturb. And I think that is kind of, to me, that is when they are describing somebody like that to me. I actually love those people with those kind of personality. They're not the type that you see wearing glasses, forming book. But inside, when they share exam results, now them they disturb us. I actually love That was what I loved about your set, most especially. Even
There are
Amarachi
many
was
guys. There are many guys. Like I think most people, probably Toby is the only exception in the sense that like, oh, everybody,
Yes.
like Toby, you could know he was serious because he's always in class. But every other person, like from the outside, you're not going to even know, say, this one gets sense. Like you won't even know. I was a speech and press come.
Even Ofodi always looks playful. Do you get?
He was playful. He was playful.
I'm always like, how is this guy getting first every time? Wait, nobody fit touch this boy. Like every time I was in speech and hearing this guy's name, I was like, what? It was crazy. Ofodi was somebody that, if I was looking at your set, he impressed me like with the way he was always pushing, even though he didn't emerge first. I think at the end of the day, but
no, he did though.
He did.
Ofodi is the only person in our entire set that passed Amarachi Uzo, and that was only SS2.
Yo.
And SS2 passed Amarachi. Like, do you know what that meant for us as boys? Oh,
do you know what that means? you get challenge the Golden Queen. The Golden Queen that sat on the throne for years. I think that's why I loved him. Do you get? I think that's why I loved Ofodi, because I didn't know Ofodi much, like the way I talk with you much. But Ofodi was in Red House, my junior, and he was just far away. But from far, I was admiring how he was doing his ways, how he was doing. He's always playful, and he was a neat boy. He was kind of like the fresh guys you said, secondary school fresh and that kind of thing. And he was always performing. Do you get? And I know
Ofodi, if they hear this thing now, you go to smile like Mumuna. They hear this thing.
I see that was one person that actually I loved the way you get. Now you're even telling me that he even beat first three. Like I can actually see myself in him back then. Do you get? It was just like the same thing. We just wanted to, what's the word? Overcome existing protocols and turn it around. Do you get? Like my own was like, I wanted to throw away Fadikemi. Why is Fadikemi always number one? Why is Badger number one? Why is Adonman always number one? Those kind of people. But we just wanted to just get. So I can remember, okay, back in SS3, I wanted to say this thing. Back in SS3, I realized that a lot of people were kind of distracted. How do I put it? Like, then Fadikemi, they were concentrating more on how to pass WAEC, IFI, Badger. So I noticed, there's actually like a gap here. Let me feel it. I noticed like it was just like somebody that's been plotting, and he now sees a hole in the wall. So I noticed that these people were distracted, and I was like, I think this is where I can come in. Do you get that kind of thing? And I heard Oyebode, there was one girl back then, Oyebode actually was back in academic wise, Oyebode was actually the one competing with Fadikemi at some point. It was not even Badger anymore. It was Oyebode and Fadikemi. So I can remember in SS3 first term, they told me, Oyebode, she's the one that got first position overall. I was like, okay. I can't remember what I got. I think I got 86. So second term, I doubled down on how I was in school than how I was in WAEC. And the reason why I did that was because I still passed WAEC though. Obviously, I doubled down much because I realized people were not focusing on this thing. This is where I can come in and at the same time WAEC, I was still doing well, but I was just like 60 here, 55 here, 45 here. So at the end of the day, Oyebode kind of like slipped. She got like 80. I still retained that 86 for second term, 20 for third term. So I think that was how I was able to emerge GK as like the overall guys, that kind of thing. So what I'm trying to say is, in SS3. And that was how I was like able to displace all protocols. Like it was kind of like a crowning up moment for me because it was something I've been fighting for all my life. For JS1, from my father picking up the speech and prize giving day, calling Fadikemi's name. He was so happy anytime Fadik. So you can imagine when they called my name as first position overall. My father was beside me. He told me he did not believe it. It's like the first thing I was fighting, he told me he was not sure it was his son because he's used to hearing Fadik. He was Divine Oketa. Is he my son? It was like my son in the book, like. It was really crazy, man. It was really crazy. I think all my life, that is like if if I should crown up like one of the best moments of my life, I think it was that moment for me. That moment for me, trying to like impress my father. I think the whole thing was trying to prove a point and to impress my father. And I'm really glad I made him smile at the end of the day, even before he left. You get. So I think that was like a crown up moment for me. And the whole thing, it was crazy, man. So that's why when I'm looking at Ofodi, when I see Ofodi, I was like, I knew he could pull off something like that. It's kind of crazy. Yeah.
Oh, that's like so powerful than the story. When I was talking to Toby, so I was asking him now because obviously, like, so in SS, before they gave his when your set was dropping prefectship, I dropped prefectship. Like I told school, like I don't want. And like the reason I did not want to be a prefect was because Tobaraka was in my class, and in first term, for some reason, I don't know why I slacked like in SS2, and like I was fourth. But like I did not even care that I was fourth. But my concern was that like the gap Toby gave me on the average because Toby was first was so large. I think it was like I don't know like 6% or something like that. I think I got like 81, like very very low like compared to like top 3.
Yeah.
I knew that almost the guy and this guy like his only purpose literally is to study book. And like me, I do sports, I did play. So like I had to double down on my focus. And when I was talking to him now, and like I explained like, oh, nah, this is the reason why like I dropped prefectship because you're a bastard. I don't want to like give anybody space. And of course, I knew that they were giving this guy head boy. And I was like, head boy go actually taking time. Like he won't have that much time again to like study as much as Yeah, and I told him, Shad, like, but what's your motivation? And this guy literally told me, so in SS1, I think, so Nerit cumulative that I think got like third overall or second, I can't remember, but like she was like top 3. And they were in the same class. I think they were in H class, us were in G, me, Yerima. No, I think they were in G, us were in H. Me and Yerima were in H, and him and Nerit were in G. So I can't tell and say like, waiting to motivate you. And like his driving motivation for the entire senior school was literally, Nerit was obviously like, he wanted to become first in art class. And Nerit was that stumbling block. And after SS1, I don't know if you remember Mr. Owecho. He was like a teacher in...
Sure. Owecho Sunday or something like that.
Yeah, Mr. Owecho. So after third term, Mr. Owecho came to Toby and he was like, how will you allow a girl to pass you?
All those slight remarks. Remarks that people think is simple can stir up a whole ocean inside somebody. All those kind of shit.
Like, I felt like I was like, and I think, when I'm looking back now, because in SS1, Toby's average was like, it was high, right, cumulatively. But like compared to what he did in SS1, SS2 first term, because so for me, every time I start any class, like first terms are always my worst terms because I'm trying to like adapt. But like third term are always my highest. It's like I progress each term. But Toby had a motivation when he was entering SS2 from the beginning. Because I did not know that in SS1 third term, Mr. Oja was literally giving this guy so much inspo. And Toby's focus was, guy, I have to pass Nerit whether I like it or not. And of course, Nerit was not in his class again. But like he knew like the two classes were connected at the end of the day in terms of like cumulative. And he had to pass. So he was just looking at, I have to be the best. I have to like pass Nerit. I have to like pass Nerit. And obviously, us that were not trying to compete with him were like left behind.
You know there is level. That is
we know.
The champions let me say it's like people that actually like do the best. They check their mindset and the people following them that are kind of different. So the people behind me, sorry to say, they were trying to compete with me. I was not competing with you. I was competing with an idea. I was competing with the rest of science. I was competing with an idea. So it was not even you that was and whenever I'm studying, I'm not trying to study to pass you in the class. I'm trying to study to improve myself. So, okay, I got 85 first term. I must get 87 this term. I don't give two shits about the next person. I think that is how champions, like people that actually like win, behave. that taught me something. Like when you're competing, don't compete with people. Literally, like the person you're competing, even if the person is your class, don't compete with that person. The major competition should be yourself. Try and improve yourself. And if you're improving yourself, you see yourself outpassing these people that are trying to compete with you. I think that is how I felt I did it, and that's how I know from what you're telling me. That is how Toby too did it. I swear.
Yeah.
He was not. I'm sure. Okay, he was competing with Nerit, but I'm sure he was always doubling down, trying to read extra hard. Yeah, those kind of things.
Nah. See, it was scary. Yeah. Like what? So me and so in H, they pushed us. So Fan was also like very competitive, like in Faith Academy. Eddie John Fan. I don't know if you remember. She was in Blouse.
It was in Blouse.
And then
fair.
Yeah, fair. So they moved me and her to Toby's class. Me, her, and Sarah Nodi, they moved us to Toby's class. And then, like, all of us that came to the class were like, because when we were in HSS1, like, all of us, like, we were serious, but like, everybody, they play, they joke, you know, like, So, obviously, like, you could see the gap between Toby and Neri's class, and like, our class with Yerima, Fad, Eddie John, and it's different because our mindset like was different. We're like a pack that competed with each other, but in a friendly way, and we don't even take it that serious. Like it's not that deep. But them, it was so deep for them.
That is the team.
So SS2, when we went to Toby's class now, when they moved us to G, like first day, you know that kind of thing that like, oh, you're coming for prep, everybody is like bouncing, going to class.
Yeah.
You don't see somebody like 30 minutes before prep starts, guy did.
I'm a Toby overdo his own. I don't know if you do that kind of one.
No. Toby Jack. I kind of like, I don't think I've ever seen, maybe like Flourish, but like, I don't think I've ever seen academically anybody read. Toby is in prep. He comes before prep. Like, Toby does not go for, siesta. He doesn't go for siesta. If he needs to go for siesta, maybe he has to carry something from his locker. But like immediately after lunch, Toby goes back to class, like in uniform. And it was in our sets, I can remember clearly that it was because of Toby that a lot of people now started like branching from O. And that's why I think that the competition in my set was just so crazy. Because when people see other people doing some things, like everybody now wants to say, oh, now this is your key, right? So I'll do that thing.
Yeah.
There was a point in our set, I think SS3, they banned us from, like, they literally stopped us from going to class. You know, like, it was so crazy. Like, they said that you must go back to hostel. Like, they stopped us from jacking, literally. They were like, you have to go back to hostel and literally change to houseware before you can go back to class. Like, they literally did that because a lot of us, you see like half of the sets, after lunch, going back to class to go and jack.
That's crazy, man. You guys took it too far, man. You guys actually took it too far. I think, wait, there was something I wanted to say. I think, Toby, okay, you know, people are actually kind of different. Toby's own, he'll go back to class and kind of read. But when I was trying to grow up academically, there were people I was studying in our set. I couldn't study Fadikemi, but I studied Baja. But Baja didn't know I was studying him. I studied Baja. Baja actually,
now you know.
Baja, you won't see him reading in open places. It's in the secret of the secret places you see Baja reading. So, you know, that is what taught me how to read. So I didn't really care about going to class to read. Inside the hostel, when people are making noise, I taught myself how to read, even with the noise. And even during prep, I can leave the class and just go to somewhere downstairs basement and just go there, inside catering lab, outside catering lab, and just be there throughout prep and just be reading. I think that was what Baja kind of taught me, but he didn't know because people didn't see when Baja is going to read now. He won't know. That was how I learned how to develop outside reading and all. So people are kind of like different in reading and shit. If I was in your set, I wouldn't be doing that too. That I would be coming to class and make sure I was screening from. In fact, I would just be like Ufodi. Just be playful and just let people lose less interest. Let people not concentrate on me like I'm the problem, I'm the threat they should be fighting against academically. I'll just look to you like I'm a normal person. It's at the end of the day when we see different results, and I look, oh, these boys, that kind of thing. Yeah.
after SS1, like that's the thing now. Like after SS1, everybody knew everybody. Like everybody, like you cast yourself, especially like this picture prize now. Like you can't hide it again.
You can't hide it. You can't. Yes, you did see. It became like a problem in the sense that there was a time Archibald came and met me SS2 and was like, when did you even become intelligent safe? Like I can never forget when Professor Archibald told me this thing in work with. Because me and Professor Archibald were in the same class, just 1D. She knew I was dull then. It's not as I was dull. Yeah, it's like I was fighting. I was fighting for my life. All of a sudden, SS1, I'm bagging awards already. I'm like, she was like, when did you become intelligent? Do you get? So he just casted everything. And that's why I keep on saying, like, in the course of my academics, when I'm looking at it now, every single thing that happened to me then still happens to people in real life now. You know, like when you're building, let's say you want to become like the greatest fashion designer or something, you're building. When you now become famous, now the struggle is not on how to, what's the word? The struggle is not how to become famous. What the struggle now becomes how to maintain being famous.
Yeah.
Do you get? Like for example, now I got first three. I got first position. I got first position overall in arts class. The struggle now becomes how to maintain being successful. So now the next thing you have to teach yourself is how to remove pride. Drop it. Just imagine you didn't get that first position. Let's go again raw. That taught me something. I taught myself that thing because I taught myself that whatever people are hailing me with, this boy, he's bang, this boy is the God. There's something our church is coming down, God of arts class. I just push it down. I didn't
remember
really,
that title. I Edet used to see that thing a lot. like in my dub, Edet used to.
Yeah, I didn't really put meaning to all of that because I just saw it as normal seeing. Because the moment I start letting it get into my head, I'll fail. I knew that. And I'm sure that's what Toby them, they knew too. So that thing also taught me something in life that the moment you're successful, let that success, celebrate that success there. Let it not cross night. The next day, go again to another thing and just do it raw, like as if you've not achieved that thing before. The only difference that you have is change in mentality in the sense that I did it the first time, I'm going to do it again, but much harder. That is just it. You get that is what I learned from academics that I brought to real life. It's kind of crazy, man. Yeah.
Nice. We don't hammer down on this academics. I'm sure guys at this point were like, this guy safe. Nah, but I think I don't know. Like every academics was, I think for me the interesting thing was the fact that so if you spend a long time with people, especially like if you do junior school and senior school together, I just saw how last like success is really about applying yourself. Like I saw so many people, like including myself, that like you saw that junior school, like these guys were not all that, but senior school is like, hey, don't touch them, don't touch them.
Yeah. It happens. Same thing happened to me. The same thing happened to different people. It's just different times when they will wake up. There's a popular saying that when a man wakes up, that's his morning. You get. So when people decide to wake up, that's their morning. That's when, like for example, in chess one, Fadikemi was always the first position. That was her morning. Nobody could stop her. But later, we found ways to stop her. There's always going to be a Fadikemi in every set. In the beginning, at them, they disturb. Then along the way, some people now wake up and be like, we can do this thing too now. You get. Then they'll start fighting ways to. Yeah, it's crazy. That's just it, man.
Let's move to like another aspect, which is of course like when I say like your prefectship now, like in SS1, you want to talk about that, like the experience and essentially
Faith Academy prefectship taught me not to take up a leadership position again. I thought that's it. Like because of what the leadership roles I had in secondary school, when I got to university, they gave me a position in church. The same thing. I was head of Olive Media, assistant head. Sorry. When I got to
yes, that's true. I think that's even why we started bonding better self because of Olive Media.
of Olive Media. So I was assistant head of Olive Media, and I entered
Chika.
media.
I think Chika was head of me.
Yeah, Chika was head. And I became when I went to church, Living Faith, they were trying to make me head of media and creativity. The way I avoided it like a plague, and I don't know why. It's because of the leadership positions I held in Faith Academy. Because it's not as if I couldn't lead, but at the same time, Faith Academy stretched me, and it stretched me to know what's up when you're leading. When you're leading, there are some things that you have to not do, so that you always look stainless to your followers. Like there are some things you have to drop, and there are some things you have to pick up. It's not as if now I'm talking as I'm sounding irresponsible, but the reason why I dropped those, I stopped. I didn't want that role was because when I came to university, I didn't want people to start seeing me as this guy, this churchy boy. That is a good title, but at the same time, I didn't want that because I wanted people to come close to me. I know every of our conversation would be like, yeah and amen. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about. Like,
yeah. Wait, what? Was it in Durumi?
No. That was when I went to university. Like, there's university.
There's what?
Inside University of Abuja.
Okay,
when I went to university. I'm talking about my university life. Like university, I attended Liverpool Church in University of Abuja, like my school.
Okay,
and so they wanted to make me head of media and creativity. I just had to turn it down because of what I know demanded of me when I become a leader. It's something that if you know get body, like what is that popular saying? If you know get mind, no problem. And leadership, very true. Leadership will give you good values. At the same time, it will stop you from doing so many things that you would have loved to do. You understand? Like,
do you know the irony? The irony of this is that. So obviously, like me, I didn't do. I mean, waiting me president self, but like in FA, like I did not have like a leadership per se. But when I left, so I took a gap year. That's like I did 1 year without school after like Faith Academy, and I don't know waiting carry me go to Teens Church. No, I knew they go to Teens Church, but for some reason like I started going to Teens Church in Durumi, and all of a sudden, literally, Olive Media, if you might call, you took it on ourselves. Like, as I dropped prefectship in Faith Academy, I told I no one. Like, obviously, everything passed by. Like, I did not have anything on my head. And Ephraim was like the head of Olive Media. But like, I was always part of Ephraim. Like, I was still in Olive Media till like we graduated. Yeah. When I went to Living Faith Church Dreamy, I became head of Olive Media in Teens Church. It was crazy. Oh my god!
It's still what I learned is that the things they give you from small kind of like follow you even till after university. Honestly, it's like those times when you're creative, you'll be cutting these things to paste on the stage. All those cut off.
Wow! Wonders of worship.
Wonders of worship. Wow. When I got to university, we were still cutting all those things. When I went to UD, all this project, it was just that it was kind of different. We'll be projecting the scripture whenever the pastor is preaching. We'll be changing. Anytime he mentions, we'll be the ones in charge of changing all this kind of thing. But it was still the same knowledge I had back then. I was still doing then. And before you know it, I started learning graphic design. And before you know it, and now like this, I'm a graphic designer. I do graphic design. And it all started from secondary school. Like all those things.
I'm sure it's like so easy for you because like you already have a history.
Exactly. That was why I met Mr. Dixon UTC now. When we met, we were bonding over graphic design. Yeah, it was crazy, man. Yeah, so that's how I feel.
Yeah, DC was so artistic. Like I don't know if you were in media when Obla and Chibike. Like there's a whole history to Olive Media. I can't even lie. Like when Obla and Chibike, it was Obla and Chibike before it now passed down to you and Chika. Before it now passed down to Iko. Like I've always been. I think it's just so like I was there in Olive Media, and like as you said, the things that they taught us, even when I was like head of Olive Media, like in Teens Church and Durumi, the things they taught us, like taking testimonies. Like I already knew these things. So like when I was assumed the responsibility, it was like
It's
part
normal.
of my nature. Like I knew how to the best practice, like how you should like record testimonies. Oh, like who should go up, like what should you use? Because in this church, we also were the ones that like handled testimony, just like in Faith Academy now. So a lot of the responsibilities were similar. I was like, I don't do this thing since just two.
That's like everything just like calling up moment, as if they were preparing us for the things to still be doing in future. So even the prefectship rules they gave me, punctuality, I realized that most meetings I go for I actually go late. So that punctuality was like a wake-up call back in school. Was like, bro, I know that you're going to be late, but take this punctuality and make sure you're always early. And I think right now that is what it's still affecting me till today. Like, because I was a punctuality prefect then, I have to train myself how to be extra early to meetings now. So everything you do back in secondary school, almost everything, actually be like
connected.
Come back again, cumulated again as you go along the way in life. It's crazy. But sweet, man.
So like we've spoken about like previously, we've spoken about academics. Now I want to talk about I think the defining for me, I always say the president stuff in Faith Academy was a mistake. Like from my own point of view, it was a mistake. Because like I never even till that night, there was a day before now that they told us about President Minini. Like up until that night, I could care less on. So I remember Boy took the stage, but I want to hear like your own point of view, because I mean you guys were not presidents, but you guys like were the party leaders, etc.
Okay. First of all, I want to apologize for dragging you into the mess of making you president. And that was something about me back then. I was always trying to prove a point. It was just me trying to prove a point. It was just we're just fighting over a single point. So it was just me trying to like, I don't know who else. It was just like it was me fighting like who was I even competing with right there on the stage? It looked like another. It looked like another competition.
It was Arome.
It was Arome, right?
Like, do you remember like when Arome? That the night before now, everybody they call all of us for. I think it was night devotion. Night devotion was short. They now told us that EC, that's Education Commission, said we'll start celebrating like Democracy Day in the school, and how are we going to start celebrating it? We're going to start doing elections, right? And of course, like to a lot of people, was like, thank God we don't have class. Like for all of us, literally, like I remember sitting down in chapel. Your set was SS3 now, and literally they were explaining this new thing that was starting. And the only thing I can say, I can't remember any other thing from that day. The only thing I can remember, I was tired. I came back from the reading in class, and I just heard Aramel Boy started like chanting nonsense on stage. We're going to provide you with this. We're going to do this. There's a way like Aramel used to carry himself now. Like he has like a lot of confidence, pride, and I was like, who is this guy? Like, what the hell is this guy? Like,
we're going to provide free meat pie. They'll be transferred from the hostel to class. All realistic bullshit he said that day.
Cap guy, like, do you understand? Like, so much cap. I was like, I beg.
So much cap is the perfect word. It looks like a game to us. Like, to me, it looked like, let me go and catch Cruz on that stage. That's how it looked to me. Cruz, and at the same time, I'm competing with Arome. That was how it looked like. So that's when Arome finished. I think I was there. I just went and I was catching my Cruz on top stage. I don't know. So it's just I can't remember the things I said on that stage. But I know I
don't even remember. I can't remember even the things you said. I just remember that Oketa climbed the stage, so I'm going to ally with Oketa. That was my only point of view.
Yeah. I don't wait. Okay, I think you are the party leader and you are the president.
No, you were the party leader.
I was party leader. You were the president. No, as at that point, I can remember what's really happened to me when I got to stage. I'm a big fan of government, and I love government so much. So all those political parties, everything, all those things, it just came on me. I was like, just imagine I am what's the name of this party? Just imagine I'm Herbert Macaulay now, and I am the president of NNPC. What is his name? And the president then was Nnamdi Azikiwe. So I was just like, imagine I was the party leader and I was about my colleague. I put myself in my colleague's shoes that day. That was me. Like, I felt like a different person on stage. I didn't care about the crowd. I was just talking, putting out a lot of cap on that stage. And everybody was like, yes, let's support him. There'll be free meat pie talk show. Like, I even go crazy. This thing is unrealistic. I can remember after the end of the whole bullshit, SADK came to my room. SADK came to I was like, okay, where the meat pie where you promised us? You don't care about those things. What you meet by promise us, boss, bro. So I remember talking a whole it was, I think for me it was just the fun of it. I did it for the fun of it, the cruise of it that day, and I just wanted to prove a point, like competition, like so just another like sort of competition again. You see me alarm me, that kind of thing. So I think I was so sorry I had to drag it to the mess like you're the president, but I think that president's thing. It was after you won this that I knew that it was actually serious because I knew they started keeping you with prefects.
Yeah, but I ran it. I swear I ran. Like, so you know the thing. I think like it's also important to know. Like I was, Mr. Evans in every set has like his guys. Everybody knows. Like in first set, Williams, Ayafa. Like Mr. Evans in every set had his guys. So in our set, like I was part of those guys. Like even though it was silent, but like in Greenhouse, I was part of those guys. And when I dropped prefectship now, so before I dropped prefectship, obviously like it was your set that was giving me. And was it Paul or Silas in your set that was sports prefect? I can't remember. Like one of the two.
It was Silas, I think.
Yeah. So Silas was prefect. I know sports prefect now since first set, since Williams. Williams has always been sports prefect. Like Greenhouse, we are the definition of sports. So Williams carried it, now gave it to Silas. So Silas was now trying to pass the generation, like the heritage down to me. And obviously, like Mr. Evans has experience with Greenhouse. And like I was also like, like a big person in sports in my set. And he was not like, why the hell are you dropping this thing? Do you understand? Like he was trying to convince me, blah, blah, blah. So Mr. Evans like literally tried. I think we had like 2 meetings whereby the guy is like, guy, you have to carry this. Guy, like Silas nearly beat me when he knew that was. He nearly chopped my daddy.
Oh my, carry this thing now. What did they want?
Like, Silas is vexed, so like I'm not even joking. I think he came to my room. I mean, like, he called me to his room, and he was like, "What are you doing?" Like literally, like the guy wanted to like chop me. I was like, "Guy, I can't. I'm sorry." Like in my own head, it's like almost 3 rackers in my class. I got past this guy, but of course, like that was not what I was telling the guy. And so after that time, and I think it was 1 month after because they gave us that. You guys gave us prefectship. 1 day before Inter Sports Day. And like I even remember like in Inter Sports Day, school did not even change it because they didn't even expect that I would drop. So my name was still like sports prefect in the book. Like if you check the book to today, like my name was sports prefect there. So after that time, Mr. Evans was pissed off. Like he was very angry. Salas was very angry. So it was a month after they now had the presidential, like that whole president thing. And when Mr. Evans now saw that I won, so the guy was trying to, I don't know if it was because it's me or like because it's the position itself. But literally, the guy was calling me for every single meeting that prefects had, forcing me to be part.
One way or the other, they don't lock you. I'm so sorry they not use me as the bait because I can remember Mr. Dixie putting me as one of the leaders of the party. It was like, Oketa wants you to be the leader of this party. I remember I want you to be the leader. Some other people, and I didn't argue. Because I respect Mr. Dixie so much, and the moment he did that, I felt, let's go and catch cruise, and it's time for competition. Let's go and do this again. But this time on top of stage, so it was crazy, man. I'm very sorry I put you in that space.
Nah, it's
you didn't like it. You didn't like it.
No, like for me, I like the cruise. Like so, after you guys graduated, I kind of did the same thing. I don't know if you remember Colin Okonukwa. He was in SS1. He was the size below me in Greenhouse. So I kind of did the same thing like with Collins. Like the same thing that you did. Obviously, me, I was president. I could not be party leader. But like Lord Jack Rich was party leader. So me and Lord coped.
Wait, you guys won?
No. You guys won. Like we're second. But like, see, for me, that second was more victory. Shalom Ishaya won. But like the second was victory. And because before that day, like Connie, Do you remember Colin Okonukwa?
Was he in greenhouse?
He was in greenhouse. So if you remember, what was his brother's
He was tall.
So there was he was really like not the tallest, but he was relatively tall. Like Inja said, they had a lot of tall guys, but his cousin was in your set. He was originally in the first set, but he was not in your set.
Kelvin. Okay, Kelvin.
Yeah, Kelvin's cousin. Sure. Yeah. So obviously now I'm calling like calm guy, whatever. Oh my God, we use fine boy. Carry Colin to the top. Like we drag his face. The week before, me, Duda Shambade, literally, I think like some days before, we went to junior block. Because like in my set, I knew it was on lock. Like I'll just tell everybody, guys, vote for Colin. And everything was on lock. Like my set guys voted, I think, unanimously for Colin. But like the junior students, we went, literally we're kind of this boy, like poster child. Oh, this is Colin. What wants to do?
Industry plants. You guys were planting him.
He walked. Like 1 week before, Colin was very lucky. By the time the election finished, like Colin was probably one of the most popular person in his set.
Yo, what the fuck? And it's so sad you didn't win it. But you guys
I will have cried.
You literally didn't want to win. And it's very funny because it's Jack Rich that was who's leader. I'm sure Jack Rich would have done something stupid on that stage because I know that
Jesus Christ, he did. He's one of the reasons why we know even win.
Yes.
Because he just climbed stage and he was shouting Wallo. Like, oh God.
See, Jack Rich can do what I did that day, but the problem is that he will be playing. And people will originally know him somebody that is not serious. So I'm sure because of his lack of serious, that is why people didn't know him. Because they didn't trust him. You understand? You guys could have used like a trust person. Somebody that was trustworthy. These guys got one. It was shouting.
Partially, the thing is that like partially like the whole presidency is like partially cruise, partially like serious. Like people don't take it as serious as prefectship, but like people understand the importance that it can have if you are the winner. If you become president, it's a serious deal. But like if you don't, it's like it's just another thing. So for us, like Jack Rich being president, was because like he was in greenhouse. Like all of us were in greenhouse, like me, him, Colin. And like it was easier to like coordinate everything. And like people also knew Lord Jack Rich. Like he was popular. His seriousness made him popular.
Stupidly fun. I missed that part. There was something Jack Rich did. I left hand on his matter. I just knew that this boy was a madman. This boy, bedroom was full. You know what this boy did? He fetched water, carried the door, and started beating inside. Bro, if I start telling Jack Rich story today, we'll not go finish. That boy is stupid.
I had conversation with him. There was like in my podcast. I had a conversation with him. Like I think 2 episodes back, and like he told me this story that he told me that he baited like in the. I was like, "What kind? Jesus Christ!"
Okay, told you too much.
Yeah.
The day I saw him do this thing, I did not even know what to say. I just passed as if I did not see it. This thing burst my head like this boy. That's stupid. That's stupid boy, man. But I love this cruise, man. I love that boy for real.
Till today, like the cruise today. There. And the point is that the guy was smart too. Like in class, he was like, Ofodi, the guy is smart. But like when you look at him from outside, like, what kind of movie is this?
I remember because Jack Rich, and another thing is that Jack Rich family, they were actually like very rich people. But his father is like a like royalty in the state, the Jack Rich. So the moment Jack Rich came with this I don't care attitude, and he was funny as fuck. But I noticed there was something about him, like something smelled like royalty about him. Maybe it was his son name. I had to Google up Jack Rich's son name in that lab. That's when I discovered his uncle was like a politician. Running that we used to run for all these things. That's why I started putting respect on the boy's name. I don't even send him too much, even though he was So for real, Jack Rich was a proper trust fund kid. But he wouldn't know he was a trust fund kid because of the way he played. Very stupid boy. I swear. And he was very intelligent. So that he wouldn't read too, but when I see his test papers and all, he used to try. I was like, this guy is impressive, you get. Jack Ridge. Remember that boy? I actually love that boy. He chatted over one day on Instagram and I was so happy. Jack Ridge. Crazy boy.
That his laugh. He up to today, like he still has that laugh when they do like generator, like that small gent.
And what I loved about Jack Ridge was the fact that he what's the word? He was not afraid of people. Like he was not necessarily afraid of seniors. He's not,
and he was not afraid of making jokes with seniors.
And he wouldn't disrespect you. You two, you will laugh with him. It's the way Jack Ridge was for me. He will crack a joke at you. He even insult your shoe, but you two, you follow him and laugh. It was how Jack Ridge was, and I really respect him for that. Very stupid boy, and he really like made a way into our heart, us that were seniors. Like we just wanted to just like favor him in some certain aspects. Because we know that this boy is very, very stupid. He's obviously going to make a joke out of this thing. Let's just let him do it. Crazy. Jack Ridge,
well, another thing that I think like your set guys should get credit for is the fact that like, so if we compare like the Greenhouse Boys that were in the first set, I think the Greenhouse Boys that were in the first set were probably the most respected in the entire school. Like when it comes to seniors, like they had names, like names that you call them once, maybe aside Idajili, like when you call like certain Greenhouse Boys names, everybody would stand in line.
Like Greenhouse?
Yeah, like if you call certain names that first set.
Okay, first set. Okay, like Williams or Bosse. Yeah.
Yeah. Ayafa, Chibike. Like if you call certain names, like everybody would just stand in line. And like of course, like their relationship with you guys was, I don't know, like it was one kind, because I think it was until SS1 that you guys started flowing. Because when I was in JS2 and you guys were in JS3, they still treated you guys like they treat us in a way. Like it was unfair, but like
it was unfair. Like they treated us like genius. Even up to when they were in SS3, or SS2, they still treated us like genius. I was still afraid of most of them though. I'm not going to lie. I met Obose. We had a reunion, and coincidentally, we had a reunion in just the boys. We guys, that was last year, December 2023. We had a reunion in Jahi in one restaurant, and coincidentally, we met
Greenhouse Boys. I'll be like
no, all of us, all of FA boys from our sets. Coincidentally, in that restaurant, we also saw their sets too. They were celebrating in that restaurant, and we were surprised. We just jammed. But like, how far we saw Prezoti, Obose. I saw I can't really remember the rest though. But I'm trying to remember, forgotten. So we jammed them, and Obose walked up to me and was like, "Okay, I'm really proud of you." Like maybe because of my Instagram and things I do, kind of like yours, I'm really proud of you. And the moment he told me that, I didn't even know how to reply him because I was still kind of, I won't say scared of him, but the fear and respect still there. I was shocked. I was like, you're proud of me. This guy is proud of me. That's guys. Me, we had to see the fear this boy. And so I don't know. It was still deep rooted back in SS3 and SS2 for us. They still treated us the same. But you can't blame them. They had this, they came from different schools. So they had these commanding personalities. How seniors should treat juniors in that school. And so when they came with that mentality. And they put it in us that were newbies. You get. So that's why we never really flowed. Even to SS3. But we just didn't manage.
I think, I mean, so now Obose, like, I had respect for all even Prince Wanka. Like, I had respect for, like, that first set a lot. Like, a lot of them. I don't know, like, I think because they never had seniors, like, the way they saw reality, like, literally, the only people that could tell them shit was teachers. Aside teachers, like, who are you? Like, no student. They're literally like gods working on Faith Academy grounds.
Even it's not a teacher that could even touch them.
Yeah, like Mr. Evans, Mr. Tosin. Those are the only teachers that I know that they could handle them.
Yes. But the remaining teachers, like for example, Praise Waka that he called, there was an issue. Waka was fighting teachers. Prince Waka was just like, this man touched me. Like, for example, let's say a teacher like Vincentio touched him now. Like, are you mad? This guy, you get mad. Like, do you get? So these guys, they could battle teachers. And another thing, they were very united. They were more united than our set. They were very united. If you touch one, you've touched all of them. They were just like a pack. And that unity, I noticed is even up to today. I see their pictures. They're always hanging out, the boys and the girls. So united people. So even if a teacher flogs one person, let's say, for example, Sharine Berry when she misbehaves, or what is her name? Indiala, that's disrespect Matron that year. When Indiala is disrespecting Matron, all of them, they will gather and they defend Indiala. It was crazy. Like, you couldn't literally touch them. They were united. That was their strength. The strength was in unity. And that was what our own strength lacked, but they had. And that is why they commanded respect. Even the most Jew person in their set, you couldn't even disrespect him. Let's say, I can't let me not call names. I swear.
No, don't call names. I beg you, don't call names. I beg.
No, let me not call names because obviously nobody's Jew again now. But that's at that time, the most Jew person in their set. If the person tells you to carry his plate to the kitchen for him to go and drop it, you dare not say who are you. You carry it and go because you're not scared of him. You're scared of the rest of them. They're going to come at you. It's crazy, man. That's great. Like, no, in our set, that's what we lacked. We didn't have unity. So, like, even
talk about your set.
Okay. Yeah.
What do you say?
No, they're like, I went to talk about like our set, like in comparison to the person. That's what we lacked.
Okay. I'm going to talk about your set, especially like the Greenhouse Boys, but before that, like, I don't know, like Obose. So Obose did not. He was like Ayafa in the sense that like Obose didn't talk. Like he doesn't really like. He's not the kind of person that shouts. Like he doesn't really care about juniors per se.
No, he doesn't.
And of course,
No, he doesn't. He doesn't care about juniors.
Yeah, but like, the respect I had for that guy, man. Like up to today, self, like I could just see hard work breathing out of that guy. Like he was always like intentional about what he was doing, like always intentional about his studies, intentional about like how he looked, intentional about like what he was saying, like who he was like with, and like it's like everything about that guy is like we just planned in a way. And of course, like being a junior,
like those guys knew life before all of us. I don't, the girl Obose was dating then. You know the girl?
School? No.
Yeah. I don't know whether I should call him, but it's an obvious thing. Like in your set, he was dating Wana. You get? Like
I know in my set, but like in his set, I don't have any idea.
No, like Obose was dating Wana. Do you get? Wana was in your set, but he was dating. He didn't date his classmates. Those guys understood life before us. Us back then, we were thinking, we have to date our mates. This guy left his set, left our set, and went to your set and was dating somebody there. And he was so proud of it. He was confident he was dating a girl that was not even in the first two sets. Like, that's to show you how mature these guys were. They understood life. Do you get my point? And well, funny enough, when I met Obose in the restaurant, I saw one there. They are still dating even up to today for like close to 8 years. Like, the maturity those guys had, I don't know where they got it from. They got it from the gods or something. No cap.
See,
those guys.
I mean, a lot of like, I mean, I already said like how mature Obose is, but like Wana herself, I don't even know how to explain that, babe. Like in my set, so I'm not even like shy of like telling people. Like for example, like my set, like Toby was one of my role models. I mean, just because of like how he lived his life and everything. And that babe that like seriously gave a lot of like respect. Like Wanda, she was we're in the same class in SSE. We were literally like beside each other. So at the back, she was sitting beside me. And like, there's just a way some people carry themselves. Like, if you don't know them close up, you have like assumptions that are just like bullshit. But once you start to know them close up, you're like, oh my God, okay. Like, you just start to put certain respect. I just start to like put more credit to their person entirely. And like when I was that kind of person in our set. So I'm not even surprised that they could maintain all the way to this time. Like two of them.
For real. And you were talking something about how Obose was back then. And Obose was also kind of like my models back then because Obose was in his set was kind of like the smart ones too. And but he was
God.
Yeah, you said?
In maths, that guy was
he was
good. He was a god in maths.
I swear. Obose was good. In the sense that he was one of the when they are calling the it boys in their set, Obose was part of them. He knew book. He knew how to like dress, like iron his clothes and his clothes be looking off nice and all. And he was just fine. And he knew how to talk with people, flow with girls, how to talk with like not girls in natural, how to talk with people. So like I liked the way Obose used to carry himself. And there were so many people like that in his set that really knew how to go about it. If you should talk about these people like in the first set, I wouldn't finish because all I can point out to all of them was they were so mature. They were so mature for their ages. They were so mature, and even up till now, the maturity is still there with them. It's crazy. I don't know how they did it, but I love how they did it.
So, like, do you know, unconsciously, you guys, for Greenhouse especially, because I know, like, the other houses in your set, I don't think I can say the same thing about them. But, like, the Greenhouse boys, I think it's probably because of this kind of people. Like, they pack so many guys in Greenhouse. So, like, how can you, like, in one house, Wasa, Chibike, Obose, Dipo, Jesse Ode, like, I don't know. Like, it's just too many strong names in one particular place. But at the end of the day, what I saw was like, relating with you guys was very easy. There was a point that I said, guys, we're scared, because we're like, they don't give them preference now. Like, say they gonna handle us because, all the anger they don't preserve from first set, they go transfer us to us. Like, there was I think like the first few weeks when you guys got preference, almost all of us were just respecting ourselves because we do not know what was awaiting us, but eventually, especially in season 1, there was this guy, one fair guy in Greenhouse that was the first house captain. Can you remember him? I don't know why I'm forgetting his name. Yeah.
Was he fair and tall?
No, he was short.
Moses?
No. Moses what? His surname?
It's Moses Alichen or something like that. I don't know. If he was short, then...
So, can you remember the time they separated us? So, like, new hostel and old hostel. Like, Greenhouse was new hostel and old hostel at the same time. There was a period like that. Yeah, so, like, first set... So, I was in Wasa's dorm. The house captain was also in Wasa's dorm. Together. So, that was the first time that I actually started, like, knowing your set, guys. God, why can't I remember this guy's name? He left after SS1. Like, when you guys were in SS2.
No, that makes sense. Maybe that's what I can remember.
So he left after, but like that was the first time that we started becoming close. That was when like also Nifemi Amo. I think it's Nifemi or Femi, I can't remember. He was the only guy in your set that ever like actually laid hands on me. God bless that guy. So, but anyways, like, so that's the thing now. That was the conflict because I expected that kind of treatment from Greenhouse, but like of course, like, Nifemi was the one that did it. I don't know if it's Nifemi or Femi. I can't differentiate them, but like. When I started talking to you guys, like Greenhouse guys, much more, and then like I was in Fortune Young's dorm. I was in Edard's dorm before I was in Fortune's dorm. I was always in the house captain's dorm, right? And like we became very close. I was like, you guys are relatable. Do you understand? Like I feel actually young with you guys, like with the laugh. Like because before then I was like, no, you can't talk to these guys. Like these guys have like a different way of life. Like these guys have been packing anger. But then for Greenhouse especially. I can't say that about other houses. I won't mention names. But like for Greenhouse especially, I just said that my set and your set flowed. I don't know how it happened, but like it just happened.
Because I don't know, we're relatable. The reason why we flowed was because we are not coming from different backgrounds. Faith Academy was our original beginning. Do you get? The first set, that's the bosses. They are coming from different places. Some people are coming from Command. Some people are coming from Stella Maris. Some people are coming from GSS Karshi. So different strong places where they know they have. Do you get? So they are coming to Faith Academy Goshen. So their mentality is kind of different from us. But us, we just came into the system really. So we are still like small. No matter how the man handled us, we could not express that anger to the next people. Because we're just exactly. So that was why we were able to roll around with people with the next set. And to an extent, it seems your set even did not respect us that much compared to the first set. Do you get?
I think compared to the first set, I don't think anybody got respect to.
Yes, compared to the first set, we didn't get respect compared to the first set. We did because we were playing too much because we wanted to just feel free with you people. It was just normal. That was how we felt. And I know that because we don't really have unity like that. So we just like, okay, let's just flow with these guys. I'm not going to beat these guys too much. And because of all those rules about touching juniors and all, we just left it. And juniors and seniors, all of you, let's become mates. Let's all of us become mates and play again. Crazy. Well, one thing I want to point out right here is like, for your listeners, is that I want them to know that for people that are still in secondary school, that they should actually like stop the mentality of junior and senior, because at the end of the day, we will all need each other one day. You get? So, because like this junior and senior thing is like creating a lot of unnecessary enmity. At the end of the day, what separates us is just 1-2 years. When we meet outside school, you see the way we will bond and be like, guy, this was my junior in secondary school, this was my senior. You understand that kind of thing? So when you meet somebody that you last saw 8 years ago, the first thing that you meet is not even the person, but the way the person made you feel when you were with him those years. Do you get? When you were a junior, you were his junior or you were his senior. It's the way you made the person feel or the way he made you feel that you first remember. So, and there's some stories I see on Twitter about some people complaining about a bully that bullied them back when they were in senior school, when they were junior school. The memory is still in their head, although they have grown apart, but the memory is still in their head. So, like what I'm trying to say is like, if you see those juniors that you're always sending about, send them less, make them your friends. Let them be free with you, because you won't know where you see these guys after school. You will definitely see most of them after school. Definitely, wherever you go, you see somebody you knew in secondary school. And that's facts and that's life. So like junior and seniors, just call that bullshit. We're together for real, man. It's crazy.
Honest. This thing that you said there, like that's the thing. Like when you're in school, reality is very different in the sense that like, of course, like when you actually think about it, I'm 13, this guy is 14. But like if you're in school, it's like, I'm like 10, this guy is like 21. Like the gap in the sense of like responsibility, in the sense of power, in the sense of like, I don't know, like how you guys relate to yourself. And also like because Faith Academy just forced us to say senior this, senior that. So there's also this consciousness that this is my senior, no talk senior first. It was a big deal. So it just elevated things unnecessarily. I can remember like there's one guy like in J3. I hated J3 because that was the first time like I started actually punishing juniors. I was a very low-key guy, but like in J3 when I like that one's gave me house captain, I started like punishing guys. You know all these standard things now. And like so I was like, I don't want to do that again. I like honestly don't want to do that again. There was a particular guy like in the junior set before us in Yellow House. Like I don't know what he did to me. There was a period, but like I punished him. After I finished, if I had to go and apologize, because I was just like, that was so nonsense. Like it did not make sense at all, at any proportion whatsoever.
Yeah. Because you were just kind of forced to do it because of circumstances, all those kind of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. It's because of circumstances, you were just kind of, have to follow the narrative. Senior has to be junior. So let me touch this boy, make this boy feel me today. That kind of thing. All those things. When I think about it now, I'm just like, hi, why did I? There's some things that I did then to some, like there's some people I beat then, and you understand. I'm just like, why did I even do those things? Then also there was some set of brothers, the Umelo brothers. You might not know them, Kennedy Umelo. They were in Greenhouse.
Kennedy was my guy.
Yeah. Kennedy and his brother, I used to protect them in the sense that whenever They were in my room back then. Whenever seniors come and beg them for milk, everything, I used to tell them they should leave them alone. I'll give them stories. And my mates, I'll give stories on why they shouldn't touch their things. So I kind of always looked out for them. Would you believe that when I left school, Kennedy started looking out for my sister?
Oh.
Do you get? Looking out for my sister. Like, he was always, not as if he liked her or he didn't like her. Like, he looked out for her in the sense that, let me be your brother in this school. And my sister was always telling me what Kennedy was always helping her do. Like, it taught me a lesson about, like, value of helping, like reciprocation. Like, it just taught me, like, do good to others and they will definitely do good to you in the next. It's not for you, maybe your sister or brother. So just imagine I was this kind of bad senior back then that I used to make juniors lie down in the wrong way or punish them, pour water, and those kind of thing. When I'm not, obviously, I go out of school. It's my sister and my brother that will suffer for it now. And there's a way they will manhandle you because there's nobody to look out for you. Eh? Like you go, we say your brother will just come do one extra. If there's something like SS4, they just come. So if they save your life, I swear. So it just taught me a lot, man. So like, if for those listeners that are in secondary school, like, please do good to your juniors. Make sure, teach them. Like, if you can even stop being domineering and being command, less domineering, just make them your friends. Make them your friends. Forget, but people that, like what you said, 10 to 16 years old, they have a naive mindset and they don't know all these things. So if you can teach them about it, anybody in secondary school, tell them the same thing. Tell them that they should cancel this junior senior mentality and let everybody just flow. It will help you to go a long way in real life afterwards, man. Crazy.
All right. For everything you said, I 100%. Like the first time itself, I think I was in SS3. I can't even remember. So your sister was in Blue House, Abi. Like, I don't think was she in Greenhouse? I think she was in Blue House or Greenhouse. Blue House, right? Yeah, I can remember like the first time. SS3 now, I think I was working to like Danny or something. And then obviously juniors in JS1, they're running. And then I think I heard somebody shouting like Oketa. I'm like, eh? Oketa. So I had to like go like meet her. I'm like, who are you? Like, I literally questioned like, who are you? I said like, oh, I'm Oketa. I'm like, is your brother Divine? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, oh, from that day, I was like, okay, there's an Oketa in this school. Like, nah, like they're just, if I'm there, like they're just certain things that she can't do. Like, like what you said, we just have to like avoid. I mean, just because of the relationship that we had in Faith Academy. And I'm like, I can't just be there and like, oh, you'll be punishing Debbie around.
Debbie, exactly. I think, yeah, that really, she used to come home and tell me stories of how, she developed this affection with this senior because this senior used to be, was my junior back then. And the way I used to take care of them, all this kind of talk like that, So she was always telling me of how, because Oketa, whenever they hear Oketa, that they used to like give her some level of, I won't say respect, but they used to give her, oh, she's an Oketa, all those kind of things. I was like, oh, that's crazy, man. I didn't even know what I left the school. I swear. But it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of good. Like, just always do good. Whatever you're doing, do good, man. For real. You don't know the person that's watching you, and you don't know what you're doing. Like, there's always somebody that's looking up to you, even though you myself, they look down on yourself. You're like, for somebody they look up, when they die, I didn't go look down. But always do your best, whatever you're doing, man. For real. Crazy. Yeah,
nice. We don't talk, but like I can't finish this conversation without talking about like after Faith Academy. So obviously, I think from a lot of your conversation, especially when you're talking about like lead gratification, people could sense that like you don't study economics.
Yeah.
But so after Faith Academy, like, so how was life for you? Like, how did you go through it? And yeah, the experience up until today. I don't know like how life became when you left secondary school. I mean, the thing joining us is Faith Academy, but like things happened after that.
Yeah, so the moment I finished secondary school, because of so my father died like a month after I left Faith Academy. I left Faith Academy June 30th. My father died like August 17th. So it was, my family was kind of, it was like we have entered a new reality. So We were still, my father is kind of person that every little win he celebrates it. So when speech and prize giving they finished, he was always happy. He was hyping. He was just happy about me and everything. So we actually kind of celebrated and all. So the coming next weeks, my father was kind of down. We started going to hospital, and before you know it, the doctors couldn't save him. That's when he now died. So we entered a new reality. So all those old hype glory that was, as in those excitement just quickly died. I was just forced to realize that, oh my God, I have to become a man on my own. So, and because of that, the university I was applying for, my father was trying to take me to, I think, Covenant University then. King's University, a private university, sure. But because of he died, you understand, I didn't apply. I had to rewrite JAMB again because private university wouldn't work again. So I had to wait 1 whole year at home. I had to rewrite JAMB again, and I had to go to University of Abuja so that I could be closer to my mother. You understand that kind of thing? I just closer. But the thing about being closer to my mom back then was that it's not every time I will come back home there's food. So I was forced to live in Uni Abuja on my own. It's not every time I won't be going home again, sir. So yeah, because my mom was trying to struggle, trying to make ends meet. She became the father and mother at the same time. So my mother kind of switched. Like before, when my dad was there, she was always bubbling and everything. But when my dad left and she was the only one, the story was kind of different. I can count number of times that we ate food at home. Do you get in a day? We can just eat once in a day.
Wow.
Things really change. So my mother was always fighting for my dad's gratuity and all. So 2016, 2017 was one of like the worst moments of my life. I hated life at that moment. I hated everything. I hated everything. That is why maybe I became an introvert. I didn't go out much from there. So when I finally got admission to University of Abuja, I just wanted to be on my own. If you remember, that is when I started going to church. Parents, my mother would tell me, "I want you to hear that you're in a church," all those kind of things. I listened to her, obviously. I went to a church. I was attending Living Faith Church in Winners Chapel, all these chapel in universities. I was consistent. So that's when they tried to give me all these things. I rejected it because, apart from the fact that I didn't want to join leadership position, I just wanted to be on my own. Like because of still my father's departure. There was this feeling that I don't have time to start be carrying all these kind of things on my head right now. So yeah, it was just. So university, I also experienced this cultural shock in the sense that, you're in university now. The same thing that happened to me when I entered JS1 is the same thing that happened to me when I entered university. To start bonding with people. It's just that it was more different. I knew how to talk to people now. But university was kind of different academically for me in the sense that, I have to charge. In the sense that I didn't really give two shits about academics anymore. The person I was to impress has died. It didn't really make sense to me. Yeah, so I was still trying to focus academically, but at the same time, I just tried to focus on other things and trying to dabble into different things. So that's when I now discovered, I started discovering fashion for myself. So I think that was like in 2019, I started doing some modeling pictures. And obviously I am not the type of model. If you look at my stature, I'm not even up to 6'0", and I don't look it like that. But I had to develop myself into doing all those things because I had to change. I had to reorient myself. I wanted to reinvent myself. Yeah. I had to reinvent myself personally in the sense that people don't know me for doing this thing. People know me for, this boy is very smart. I was like, I want to cause that narrative. I want to start a new life entirely. So, and I started learning about fashion, learning about taking pictures, learning about how to pose. That was like in 2018, I started doing all those things. 2019, down to present. Yes, and just that the pictures now have changed. So, and I started learning graphic design too. Started learning how to design, and I've been designing for a while right now. And I've designed. I was able to design for one of APC presidential. One APC meeting that happened yesterday, 21st on Shore Adwa Center. I was one that designed their banner for them. So like it was.
Wow.
Yeah, I put it on my Snapchat. I even made a banner for it. I was sent to you after. It was crazy. So it's like a catching up moment. I've just been doing all these things, developing myself. That's what I was using to feed myself in university. You understand? Like because I was on my own in university. I was on my own. My mother doesn't want to give me money like that. She will find money for me. So it was just me trying to survive. And my uncles here and there. Yeah, my uncles actually came. My uncles my uncles and aunts, that's like my father's brothers and sisters, they actually helped a lot. In the sense that they were always sending me money for school, like 5,000, 10,000. All those money is kind of still small now compared to how would you send even as at 2019 5,000 you send to a student. What is 5,000? And a rubbish now. You say?
Yeah.
It's rubbish now. So I had to start looking for other ways to survive. Like kind of looking for other ways. That's when I had to learn that graphic design. And then what else was I doing in school back then? Okay, I started doing network marketing too. That's when I started looking for ways to start doing more, to get money. Like legally, obviously. I started doing network marketing. I swear.
Baba, no one problem.
It was real back then, man. 2019 was me hustling, fighting for my life. I swear. Network marketing that they tell to get to. I was getting some wins there, Sha. I was inviting people to come to the meeting and they'll pay, they'll get the products, and I'll be growing in the network marketing chain. You know how they do those things then. So all those small money I'll be getting for myself and all. So that was basically my whole life in 2019 down to 2021 when I graduated. It was still the same thing. I was still trying to build myself in the network marketing, and I was still trying to do fashion at the same time. You understand? So I think when I was in university, I still loved book, but like I said, I didn't really love much. So there was some people that they used to do all this, and how would I put it? They used to bid like the highest in GP and all. So in my mind, I was like, if I want to compete with people, I can compete, but I don't have that time. Do you get? So I'm like, I don't have that time. People can be carrying your first class, carry it somewhere. Just give me my 2 and let me do and just go from here. So that was just my whole. And funny enough, those people that were fighting for first class, they didn't get first class because University of Abuja economics department, they promised they are not going to give anybody first class because most of the lecturers for one student, they didn't give them first class. It's now you I will give first class. So you're wasting your time. When they told me that one, I just zeroed my mind from anything book. But I was still fighting. I graduated 2-1. So okay, yeah. So it was still good and all. So when I finished university, I just finished NYC last year, I guess, 2023. 2022 I did convocation. Yes, and I did NYC. So I served in a bank, Mutual Trust, and Mutual Trust taught me why I should never work in a corporate environment again. In my life, I'm not ever going to do 9 to 5. Taught me that, man. Imagine waking up around 5 o'clock, just to go to work, resume work before 7:30. Then you now close by 5 and get home before 7. Every day, Monday to Friday. And there's some days that require you come on Saturdays. I just told myself, I can't do this again. After I just remove my shoes, start the run. But the beautiful thing about me is like, it's the skills I have right now that like putting food on my table, like the graphic design. So my boss back in Mutual Trust, he was able to get me some jobs with some people, some clients, and from those clients, I was able to get referrals to other clients, and that's how I was able to expand myself. So right now, currently, I haven't created a company, Canon Creative. So Canon Creative right now is full of graphic designers, video editors, motion graphers. But the thing is, I don't know these people. We work remotely. Do you get? I work.
Divine. Stay like spell it so that people can know where. Okay. Like where can they check you guys out, and so they can know how to check you guys out.
Okay, you can check us on Instagram, Canon Creative.
Spell the Canon.
Just like Canon camera, CANON, and Creative. Yeah. Okay.
Creative with a C.
Yeah, C. Creative with a C. Although the Instagram page, I'm still trying to put most of our works together. But so we've created for different companies, created video edits, created motion graphy for real estate firms, for logistic companies, for engineering companies. We've done different designs, even for cryptocurrency companies, like that they want graphic designs. We've designed for them. You understand? Different So I made sure I'm working with the best of the best designers.
Yeah.
The best of the best, so that when people see our work, they'll be like, I want to work with this boy. You get. So it has just been a crown of moment. So that was how I was able to secure the APC job. You understand? So apart from
that's big.
Yeah.
Now where you buy your plot of land, Abby?
No, yeah. Something it's all this money that we're getting. That we're able to. Apart from that, I've been able to also do crypto as a whole. Like there were so many things we dabbled into when we were in school. We dabbled into network marketing. We dabbled into this. We dabbled into that. So we're trying to. I did Google AdMob. I don't know if you know Google AdMob.
I know Google Ads, but I don't know. I don't think AdMob.
Google AdMob, like so many types of garish quick schemes. We did. We just tried to. But the one that I started understanding was crypto. That was when I started understanding what cryptocurrency was all about. I started entering it for myself. So little by little, we started developing our first win. We started mining. We started farming. We started mining. We started finding airdrops here and there. So we've gotten airdrops up to $100. You understand? And I started buying coins for myself. Okay. So all of these things plus graphic designing, I've just been able to join it together, and now I can stay on my own. You get. So that's how I was able to walk comfortably and buy a land. I don't buy a car yet because I don't draw attention to myself. But I can be able to. You get.
Bro, you don't cast yourself.
that was how.
You know already. That's why they listen now. You don't already cast.
It's because it's you now. That's why I'm talking normally. Yeah. So I think that's how I've been feeding. I've just been feeding and all. So, and the company is moving. So that's just my life after school. And another thing, I've been trying to blow myself up in my fashion. You know, like when I was trying to reinvent myself.
Yeah.
I doubled into fashion. I didn't know much about fashion back then, but I have been reading a lot of things about fashion, how to take poses, pictures, and I kind of made myself kind of good in taking pictures to the extent that people I looked up to on Instagram, they would be DMing me and be asking, how do you take that picture? Where did you take that picture? Do you understand? So at the same time, I'm trying to grow a brand too on Instagram, like a fashion brand, trying to talk like the same thing you're doing, fashion podcast too. Like I'm also about to take it to that level because I used to do YouTube too. I'll be telling where I educate people about fashion. I noticed something. Nigerians love dressing up, playing dress up, but at the same time, they don't really know why they are playing dress up. They don't know who they are trying to emulate in the fashion industry. Because like Nigerian fashion industry has achieved a lot, but we are just not popular. People love wearing a Louis, they love wearing a Louis Vuitton, they love wearing a Prada, but people don't like wearing a what Nigerian brands, popular Nigerian brands name. People don't like wearing them. But these people are big names. They even invite most of our Nigerian designers to work on Paris Fashion Week. Many of them, a lot of them, like I don't want to go into their names, but a lot of them, most of their names, I call them on my show. So on my YouTube, when I've not even I dropped it for a while because of lack of resources. But right now I think I've gotten the resources I need and I'm going to continue this month. So like it's just what I am building right now is I'm building Canon Creative and I think I'm building my brand Divine Stop Playing, which is like kind of a comical way to talk about fashion, to try and make people understand who their idols, like educate them about the Nigerian fashion industry and educate them about fashion. So that's just what I've been up to right now outside school. Yeah, that's just it. It's crazy though.
I mean, first of all, bro, like a lot of like respect to how you pulled it through, like surviving and all that. Because almost like I remember that I can still remember that time when So we resumed in Faith Academy, right? And I heard the news because like your sister just entered Faith Academy now. So I heard the news somehow, right, about your dad, and I was like, or more. And for some reason, like you were unreachable in that period. I think like that was your choice. But like, it was very hard to get in contact with you. And so I knew that like Omog, like because I knew like SS3, you just finished now. Like it was like you were on the like you were on the moon basically. And then that just happened. I was just trying to imagine like how you must have been pulling it through. But I'm just glad that somehow you found a way to survive. I love the fact that like I don't know, you don't. I mean, of course, like in that period, you said that you hated a lot of things, but now looking back, you don't have bitterness towards life in the sense of like you just found a way to like like use everything that happened and project yourself into a future that was bright. In a way, a lot of people have been stuck in I don't know like depression and anxieties, but you pulled it through. Like you pulled it through.
Yeah, sure. Time heals all wounds, I guess. It's just time. And the fact that you just became a man abruptly. Like, bro, you don't have a father anymore, man. You have to be a man right now. Wait, can't I wait a little? No, bro, right now. That was what happened. So we just had to find ways. So anytime I see boys with their fathers, and there's something I noticed about we boys with our fathers. There's this sense of, how will I put it? I can remember I hardly hugged my father when he was alive. I hardly hugged him. I hugged him I hugged him on his birthday, August 4th. And I remember hugging him maybe when he hugs me, maybe when he's impressed with me, like I guess or something, but rarely on certain occasions, we boys, we don't hug our fathers. Mm-hmm. Okay. And we also have this certain disdain for our fathers in the sense that he's a man, me too, I'm a man. It's not everything will command me, man, do man follow you too. Because there's this, as a boy, you have this man inside you. So when your father is commanding you, even you too, you go also follow on word. So yeah, it's typical for boys. So when I see boys doing this to their fathers, I wish they wouldn't do it. Yeah, because looking back now, I'm not sure I would do that to my father right now. If I know that my father had like 10 days to live, why the fuck would I be fighting with him? Do you get? Why the fuck would I not do it? And the fact that you don't even have enough time. You don't have enough time with your parents, bro. These people can go at any time. They can go at any. I can remember there were times that my parents would come back late. I'm already panicking. Like sometimes, let's imagine when my father is coming back late. I hope this man doesn't have an accident. Do you understand? So, like, I feel we should actually like have more time with our parents because you don't know when these guys are going to go. They can go at any time, and even if you're 31 years old, it will hit you hard. It will hit you hard, and even though you're 31 and you're mature enough to carry out business, you'll still cry like a baby because these guys have been the ones all through their life. They have been making sure that you don't suffer. They have been putting food on the table for you. They have been making sure that you don't actually live the life they lived when you were younger. So appreciate them more. Yeah. Go out of your way and buy them stuff if you can, if you have the money. I know some parents, and another thing, some parents, when you try to hug them, they'll push you away because they don't, all those mushy stuff, they don't like it. You get. And that is another thing that made me, I wasn't even hugging my father because my father was a man and all this thing. But I feel we as parents, when we reach that stage that we have children, we should create a culture of getting to know our children, hugging them more if we can, hugging them more, correct them, but at the same time, just like Mr. Evans, you correct your right hand, bring them with your left hand, and let them be your friends. That's why on social media, I admire all those people on social media. They are very friendly. They can get their parents to make TikToks with them. That is very beautiful. Like imagine I could make my father do TikToks with me. Do you get? So just have that relationship with your children is very important because And children should have that relation with their parents because you don't know when these guys will go. So that is what I just want, like, my 2 cents. I'll tell the listeners that they always hold your parents. Anytime you offend them, just try back and make them and let you guys just let's like the anger not pass that day. Let it not go the next day. Let it not become a toxic relationship, especially with mothers, because I noticed that mothers they are very demanding in nature because of their feminine nature, and they can get toxic quickly. So one thing, whenever you offend your mother, if you can, the next day, do not carry it over, because it will actually breed to a lot of things, a lot of gap in between you and them, and before you know it, people are no longer talking again. It happens. Parents and children don't talk anymore. It happens in our generation. So as we grow up, we should try and strive that that connection between us, so that, and also us too, when we have children, ensure you have connection with your children. Don't just be absent from their lives. Make sure you're present in their lives every step of the way, and that's just it, because the thing about life is kind of crazy. So anything can just, you understand? So that's just it, man. So yeah.
Oh, Oketa is preaching love. I love it. It's key, man. Like, I had a conversation with my dad. So actually, like, I mean, I don't think I'll post it. But like, I actually recorded like a proper podcast, kind of like both of us were in mics, because like I think that was the only way to ask him certain questions that like he would talk about.
Yeah, what was your dad?
Yeah, I have not published it yet, but like I recorded it. Like, it's still with me. I don't know if I'll ever publish it. I just wanted to know that I've had that conversation. So I sat down and like, obviously, like, he deflected some questions, but to a large extent, like, you know, a lot of us don't really know our parents. Like, they are daddy and mommy, or like their parents, but to the extent to which, I don't know, like, you want to know another human being. Just that nature of, oh, he's my dad or she's my mom, kind of creates a blanket over the fact that, oh yeah, they're daddy or mom, but like, they are in themselves another human being trying to experience life. And that like limits us from, I don't know, like, if it's because of the way we grew up just as like Nigerians or what, but we don't sit down and have like deep conversations. I've noticed like, a lot of guys, like, it's just the day passes by, you know, oh, how are you, good morning, oh, do this, do that, okay, oh, you did well, okay, like, but everything is like very surface level. So when I got the chance,
very surface, yeah.
So when I got the chance to like sit down with Popsy, because like he has had a very interesting life. I can't even, like, very, very interesting. So I was asking him certain questions now. Because again, like, as your parents' child, you have a privilege in asking certain questions that strangers cannot. Like, yeah, and you should just take advantage of that. Even if it's just, I don't know, just like sit down, have a conversation with like your parents, and like try and understand them, not as parents, but as like another individual passing through this life, just like you, with anxieties, like with problems, with successes. And you know, put yourself in their shoes, right? And put yourself like in their own roles. And like within, will I say, their own context. For example, you said this thing about like not being emotionally connected. I think like in our own generation, people are very sensitive, you know, like people are more like conscious about like, oh, like emotions, you know, like what to say, what not to say, all this kind of, but like in that generation, it wasn't really a thing. That was your reference. Like the reference, you know, was not, they did not have that culture, they did not have that upbringing, they were not like that conscious, you know, everything was like, yeah, like putting up a picture, and like you discuss deep things in the bedroom. You don't talk about it even in the parlor. Like, it's like me and you would discuss it like privately, you know, it's never surfaces, that kind of thing. Like we, you know, like in the street, just like in the streets now, you misbehave, they're like, we'll deal with you when we get back home. Like they'll never deal with you like outside. Like, so that whole reality, I think it's just valuable. Like, I think for anybody listening to this, try and just have that conversation. I know like people are like, a lot of people that in my sets, a lot of us, like even me, like I only had like one parent. Like since I was 6, I only had like one parent. And a lot of guys in my set were like the same, like either one parent or like, both parents were never available. And I just see the way like it affects. But I think like a lot of it will calm down if we just try and talk to them and just try and understand. Just talk. Like people releasing words from their mouths changes a lot of things. Like a lot of things and perspective.
True. As in, children should get to know their parents' facts.
Yeah. By the way, I was like, obviously your Instagram. And like, I don't know, you just remind me of Jeho. You sabi Jeho now, like Adamu. Jeho created, on IG.
I know that. I remember Jeho created my guy. Not my
guy.
You
guys know yourselves?
No, he doesn't know me. But like the first thing, like when it comes to people, like all these fashion people, I know is Lil Dito. I don't know if you know Lil Dito.
No.
Lil Dito and Jeho create that guy. So I knew Jeho create through Lil Dito, but he can't remember me. But I know him. Yeah. I know who Jeho create is, yeah. They're in Abuja here right now. I know Jeho create.
Yeah. Like so since I was even in Abuja, like since after FA I've just been like following the guy and like his style is just unique. It's like he has a talent of putting clothes together.
Yeah. Jeho create. I know. It's kind of like a talent. It's not like a talent. It's just that you see what like the Western, like in Nigeria, the Western world like really affects us. So like we try and copy the Western world and we try and make it look Nigerian, kind of make it look better. So like that is how fashion creators actually think. Now when I look at Jeho Create, I look at Lil Dito, I look at Alexander Oki, I look at Olamipo CSC. I just look at all these people trying to push Nigerian fashion on Instagram. I see a similarity to the US model influencers. I see how they are trying to arrange their clothes styles. So we just copy them and just try and make it look better. Yeah. So it's kind of cool. So I feel a lot of Nigerians actually like look at our clothes for like fashion inspo. Some of them actually, there are some people's clothes that I can never wear outside. Do you get? Because it will make you look like a mad person. But like fashion inspiration in the sense that we make you look Nigerian, that you can actually go to a club or you can actually wear this to a party, you get. So I think a lot of Nigerians open their Instagram for like fashion inspo most especially. And we as fashion creators, like a duty for us to like create, not because of our comment section, I'll be like, nice outfit, you killed it, but like I want my picture to appear on Pinterest so that it will look like a stylist for somebody else. Do you get? That's just like main drive, one of the drives for me, and I think for other creators too.
Yeah. I love it, because I've been outside Niger for a bit, but like I'm so connected to like in every way. I've been connected since the day I left. Like I think I'm even more in Nigeria than I'm like outside Nigeria.
Than Nigerians.
Those days. Like even my work, like the work I do, like it's mostly our Nigeria. But at the end of the day, I just think like what you said is, I think because of our population, we just have so much of everything. Like any space you look at, there's just somebody that is doing it, and like there's someone that you can like use as a reference and as a source of inspiration in some way.
Yeah, sure. There's always somebody. Yeah, it's crazy. That's what you. No one even told me about Banex. I was like, is this boy even in Nigeria? How do you do that? The Banex people had issues. That was crazy.
Day to day, I don't know. It's just my body that is here. Even though like every other thing in me is just like back in Nigeria. I like if I always tell guys that like people don't understand that you really cannot compare Faith Academy. Faith Academy like Goshen, and I would say even Canaan Land with other secondary schools for many reasons. The first is that like in terms of population, on average, like Goshen probably is like triple the average population of a normal secondary school. We had like 1,500 students.
Yo.
That's mad.
That's mad, dude. That's mad, man. That's actually dope. I think Kenalang has that population too. I don't know, but we're plenty.
I don't know, but I remember
the school was expanding. Every session, it was expanding more and more. They were actually increasing the amount of people they could let in. So that's why they were now building new structures to support it. They had to build they had to build new dining, 2 new dinings. So they were now building new classroom blocks.
And there's space. That's the thing. It's not like even if they want to build more hostel, there's space. They want to build another classroom. There's still space. And it's not like, so people will hear like 1,500 and they will think that, oh my God, we're like almost suffering. Like these guys were like living the complete ghetto. I mean, but like we had a good life, you know, like we were fed 3 times a day. Like we never skipped a meal. Like education was like good. Sports facilities, like I think is one of the best I've seen like in the entire Abuja. So like a lot of things were very, very decent to an extent. I mean, the teachers and like just certain experiences might be the problem. But Faith Academy did well, especially like, you know, like taking into account, how much we pay. Like it was also like one of the cheapest boarding schools in Abuja, which was crazy.
As at then, right? As at then, yeah.
Yeah.
As at then, yeah. You know, we had good management. I was talking with Mr. Dixon in UTC back when we met, and he was like, whenever he comes to do works for them, the new management, because they want to really pocket some money into their own private pockets, they will now pay Mr. Dixon peanuts compared to what the previous management would have paid him for that same thing he's doing. So we had like good
Mr.
management
Dixon
tickets. Because, you know, management has been changing over every 4 years now. Power has been changing hands in that school.
No guy, Divine, it doesn't matter. This is Mr. Dixon. Like, I don't think I can talk about Faith Academy without talking about Mr. Dixon. Like, it's impossible.
It's just the thing. So, a lot, Mr. Dixon was lamenting to me now. He was like, Faith Academy has like become like a shadow of itself, how it usually was. Like, when it comes to like morality, Faith Academy has really like decreased the morality, sorry to say. Compared to how it was before, you get, it has decreased, like, because management has been changing hands. So, like, a lot of things that are not meant to be so are there now. So, what we had like a good management, we had the board. They just wanted to see Faith Academy grow. You understand? So, where we had Principal Uncle, we had Mr. Evans, we had a lot of people then, you know, during the end of us. So when I knew Faith Academy was going to have that slight issues, when they started bringing that new principal, I don't want to call his name, that big one, then they now changed that one, brought another person. My sister was describing that one. It was like, that man does not even care what happens in Faith Academy. I knew that there's a problem right now. So I don't know though, but I think Faith Academy is a good school, but because of this management changing, a lot of shit is happening. It's all though.
Honestly, even looking at it, like when you actually consider the fact that, like the era we were in FA, like I think a huge contributor to, especially when you look at, I think the first 4 sets, I would say, first 3-4 sets, was the fact that like we saw a different Faith Academy. Like we lived, because if you grew up with a Mr. Tosin, a Mr. Dixon, and a Mr. Evans in the same environment, it's like you're getting pass balls from all sides. Like we grew up with teachers that were like on the peak, like they were really serious about their jobs. Like they took their jobs so seriously, and they were trying to be like better every single time. Like, they did this year. They're trying to like improve. Yeah. And like the students, the same thing. They're trying to like improve. And I would just say like that particular age, I was like, nah, you know, like Faith Academy just had something special, at least for me. And that's why I always tell people that like, these guys that you met in Faith Academy, don't joke with them. Like, just do not joke with them at all.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I swear. Like we're just trying to build on us. We're just trying to build on ourselves now. Like the teachers and everything. But now the teachers have changed hands. Like obviously because all these people, they're no more there now. So there's nobody like Mr. Evans. And Mr. Evans obviously left. There's nobody like him per se that's like ensuring proper morality standard and proper academic standard in that school like before. But I feel they are going to get back. You know, when we are talking about Faith Academy, I still feel Faith Academy is a very important. It will forever be a very important place in my heart because currently we are both of us right now we are part of their alma maters, or we are an alma mater of Faith Academy. So we are like an alumnus. Sorry, Faith Academy is our alma mater, and we are the alumnus of Faith Academy. So if we should actually create like a community, like a club on how we join all these people that have graduated from Faith Academy, and we should find a way to actually make Faith Academy go back to its glory days. Do you get of when it comes to academic standard? And you talked something about school fees, reduction of school fees, like it was kind of cheap to an extent. A lot of people come in, but now I was talking with my brother the other day, and my brother was telling me that school fees for Faith Academy is now 1 million for a student.
What?
For real? Ask anybody. I don't know. I couldn't confirm, but he was really serious when he was saying it. It was like, do you know that school fees now has become 1 million for a student? Like, I was like, are you serious? And I think he was talking about students in SS3 that is now 1 million. So for the rest of the school, it will be around 800,000 or so. That kind of thing.
When I was SS3, I paid 600 or something K.
Are you serious?
Yes, 600 or something K.
So obviously, it's 1 million. He's not wrong. It's not even 1 million. It's 1 point something. So you can imagine a lot of people are withdrawing their children from the school. So I feel maybe this thing I'm saying is when all of us we have made it in life. All of us are wealthy.
So you don't need buy plot of land now.
I beg. I feel we can actually like join hands together and create a way that we can incentivize school fees for some students. Let's say instead of them to pay 1 million, they will just pay 600 instead. We'll carry the burden of the 400,000 and pay for them. Do you get? So I feel we should get to a point, and that should be one of our duties as alumnus of the school. Alumnus is including our set, your set, then Presidagili set, the set after your set. Like as far as you have graduated Faith Academy for within the past 5 years, you are eligible to join the alumnus. Do you understand? So, like when I mean past 5 years, I mean let's say 2020, this 2024. 5 years ago was 2019. So alumnus of the school is starting from Presidagili said 2015 to 2019. Those are the people eligible for alumnus. Yes, so if you have graduated 5 years or so those are the people that when you graduated after, you apply and you join the alumnus. We have to create a certain way that we will create a lot of benefits for it to join the alumnus group of Faith Academy. Yeah, so that's what I feel that should be done right now to Faith Academy. We, the people that have graduated, we should come back and try to feel a way we can make it better and restore back Faith Academy to its glory days. Because when I hear things that are going on with Faith Academy, I feel these things if Mr. Evans was here now, if Principal Oko was here now, if Sozo person was here now, this one won't have been happening. Do you understand? So it's all that, man. That's what I feel. Yeah.
This thing, like, so I think it was in 2022, like all the head boy, head girls, and the presidents of like the sets, like first 6 sets, I think, were all like, we actually finished an entire constitution, everything. When Mr. Evans was principal, they declared, because it's a particular year, that they declared, they actually announced, there's a Faith Academy Alumni Association, but like it has just nobody has carried it and run with it. I think that's just the problem. I just think we need to just create a consensus and just a way to connect guys. Because see, I don't know, for me, secondary school guys, so like especially like Faith Academy guys, I'm still like very close to them. Maybe because of the kind of experiences we had, or because like it was just longer than university guys. But I'm much closer to my secondary school guys than I am to like my university guys. And especially like in Faith Academy, there was 1,500 guys. Like that's 1,000 when you were in the school. Like the people that must have graduated after that. It's just when you're even looking for anything in life, you need somebody that is into real estate. Like you have it in Faith Academy. You need somebody that is into, I don't know, like building websites. Like everything you want to find in this life at the end of the day, somebody in Faith Academy is doing it, or they know somebody that is doing something that you have. So like it's such an easy way, last to get what you want. But we're not taking advantage of it, in my opinion.
Yeah. So many hidden gems right now among ourselves, right? Among the people that now. And that's what I was saying about that junior senior thing. Like all of us, we need ourselves right now, because all of us we are actually like as we're developing, we need people that have connections in some certain places and can get some things done. Like let's say I'm building, for example, like you said, I'm building a website. Why would I give it to an outsider person when I have my person that we went to the same secondary school doing? Let me give it to him so that he can grow this thing for me. And because we already know ourselves way back, I know that he can't cheat me. He can't cheat me because of that bond we already shared, irrespective of whether he was my senior or junior. We stayed together in the school.
You know, my junior, I was still knocking head.
Yes, you get, like, we have this bond already because we stayed within the 4 walls of Faith Academy. We know ourselves. We saw, the secondary school was a place where we saw ourselves raw. Forget all this Instagram filter where we see do for Instagram. We saw ourselves, all those rubbish what we do, we see them, where we go, some people will not go bath, we come class, all this kind of things, we saw it. So that's like, let's say, for example, now, by God's grace, when my company like grows and becomes stronger, I'll be looking for people in Faith Academy that have actually that understand graphic design and try and work with them. I'm already working with Tuashi. I wasn't one of the people that taught Tuashi graphic design. You know, to the Tuashi's.
Yeah, I know Tuashi.
I had to go to David Tuashi's house and teach him graphic design. Like that was like me trying to say that anybody Faith Academy that really wants to learn this thing, I'm ready to put my all because this is my person. For free, don't give me anything. Let me do this thing for you. Because what will I gain if I collect 100,000, 50,000, 80,000, whatever for me to teach you? To me, I see you like my brother. Like, let's make it in life together. That kind of thing. So it's just to gain a lot of people to gain this mindset. You understand? Like sometimes I'm talking with, let's say for example, I'm talking with a girl that went to school together, and I'm like, see, we're having a reunion. Will you come? She'll be like, I don't want to come. Anything Faith Academy, the traumatization I had in secondary school, I don't want to experience it again. I understand you were traumatized, but now you should have outgrown the traumatization and come. Let's come. Do you understand why you still your trauma? These people, let's be friends. You don't know who you might need from these people, even from your juniors, that is going to take you to your next level. So come, let's bond and all. So I just wish all of us have this mentality, this bonding, this uniqueness, like this unity, that let's strive together and make sure that all of us win. We can develop an old boys association. Yeah, that is the word, old boys association. Even if it doesn't,
girls, you'll be like, what about girls?
I don't know for girls, but my father's secondary school, that's what they did. Old boys association, like the old boys. What is the name? It was, and what is the name of his school? His school in Federal College. No. The school my father did was in Omaya. So funny enough,
FGC?
No, it's not FGC. Government College Omaya, something like that. I think for secondary school. Funny enough, the one of the governors of Imo State, Achike Odenwa, he's one of the former governors of Imo State, was my father's classmate in secondary school. Do you understand? Crazy. So many connections that my father found was from people in his old boys association, his secondary school classmates. They were the ones that were owners of companies, owners of this, owners of hotels, owners of this, that will give him project. My father will work on it. You understand? So this is secondary school. Is like a rare gem. If we can work together and form old boys association or alumni association, that incorporate also the women inside, we have actually like solved at least 40% of our life problems because of the power of networking from our secondary school. For real. For real. I wish we need to do this. I don't know when, but we need to. For real. I might say this all day, but I don't know who's going to push it. Honestly. I wish you can walk. For real, man.
No, but it's the baby steps. Honestly, like it's the baby steps. Like so, in my sets, like my own sets, boys, I know that we are very tight. Like we have a group chat since SS2. Like we've had a group chat since SS2 till now. Like guys like still relate to themselves as if they are still in hostel or something like that.
Yeah.
So like it's in my own sets. I know that like especially for the boys, for the girls, I don't think so. But like for the boys, but still very, 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 very tight. And till today, like a lot of the work I'm doing today, is still with like my sets guys. Like when I want to create something, because in my own sets, there are guys that do everything. Like if I literally need, like I have something that needs to be done, I just like go to the group. Oh yeah, who will do this thing? And ASAP, like they are my first choice in anything. And today, like we're working on about 3 or 4 projects with like guys that are in my sets. Just because, I mean, I know this guy. Like, I know, like, if you're going to, I know the guy will go dupe me. I know the guy will not go dupe me. Because, like, for Epe, I sabi you.
I swear. I know say you no go ever change. If you change, the grace of God.
All those guys really still, like, bro, all those guys really die here. The thief. We sabi you now. Like,
so we like you now. we know your ways. You want to dupe me on my 5K, we know.
No, but even at that, even like with guys that like used to do all these kind of things, and like I'll still trust you more because at the end of the day, like this maturity, like people mature out of everybody does those kind of things, so like people still like grow out of it, and like I go still trust you more. And like today, literally, a lot. You get one guy, like somebody in my set, so he entered a company, and essentially, like when he entered the company, and like he pay like in USD now, we do projects together. So when he entered the company, the guy is like a beast. He's a beast, like in terms of like hard work and working. He does front end. They just started asking him, do you have guys? And ASAP, the guy just like every single person you recommend Faith Academy.
Wow.
Like 4 guys in Faith Academy just recommended them. I'm like, this is just it. This is just like from my own set, and I've seen it. Imagine like you now connect like first set guys, your sets, like the sets below us.
That was beautiful. That is beautiful, man. Those are things I love to hear, man. For real. I just wish everybody has this mentality. Let's help each and every one of us grow. Yeah. I don't know whether you people have reunion. Okay, they told me of what you did for them. That you rented an Airbnb for them, right? Where they just hung out and chilled.
Oh yeah. Like that was Nigeria's match.
Yeah.
How did you hear that? What the hell?
You don't cast now.
Like, bro, that was in the group. Like in the group.
Yeah, they play. No worry. About that, they reach me. No. So, yeah, like, no, those are like part of things that we should be doing for ourselves. Yeah. Like, if I have my way, if anybody calls me for my set that, please, I need some amount of money, shit like that. And if I have, just give the person, like, you understand? So that, like, you can remember some of my set means, like, sometimes they do call me, Oketa, if you wire me 1K, 2K, I just trying this one place. You don't wire the thing. As little as it is, it goes a long way. You understand? In building, in enforcing our bond and all. So I feel, yeah, we need to do more for ourselves. And the girls too, we need to do more. Yeah, we need to do more. I don't know if we can talk about this. Wow. There's this connection I feel whenever I meet a female that I went to secondary school with. Like, I feel more at home with them than any other female I met after Faith Academy. Even though they were my junior.
Bro, you see that person in check now. Like, you know that year, like, you cannot have artificial hair. You cannot put makeup. Like, wait till you will hide. Like, we don't see you.
We know you. All these things you're doing on Instagram, that you're doing all these We know you. It's crazy. So, like, I met
the
one
monk
of
that
them.
year too, we sabi your story cast. Like,
Who's that?
no, I just dey say now, like, if person the monk that year, we sabi your story.
We sabi
So you
now.
know if he like use filter, hide some things.
So, you dey chop 5 square. Like you dey monk more that year for cooler. Go dey just steal other people's money. We know you now where you dey fat bread. Yeah. Crazy man. So like I met somebody that was in the set after your set, that was in Wobase set.
Okay.
I met her in ShopRite. That was like last week. And I couldn't even remember her, but she remembered me, you get. And we were just talking. And at that moment I felt at home with her. Like I felt I've known this girl all my life. Even before,
Practically
like
you have.
actually I have to an extent. So like we're just gisting and all. So like I feel like what I'm trying to say, I feel we should do more for ourselves because we know ourselves more than anybody knows. Because more than our university friends know us. More than, you understand, this secondary school, we know ourselves. So I just feel if you leave me, I'll create a community and I say everybody should join. But I can count the number of people that will join.
I've left you, Divine, do it.
I know people will not do it. So I know people will not jump in because they will not be like, I have to talk to this boy. This boy I've not talked to for so many years. I remember what he did to me.
See, if I see all those things there, at the end of the day, what I've seen is that once you break, you get like one ice. So when guys we never talked before, because it happened to me also, like my said babes. Obviously, the first time or more, like it's like very cold. Once that ice break, boom, back to square one. Like it's back to as you were in a class and then we're having a conversation. Like a lot of guys that like I'm talking to now, like especially girls. I mean, we guys, like obviously I've seen your mumu straight up. Like nothing has changed really, especially like for my own set guys. But like with girls, like it's girls that there was a distance, there was a gap in conversation. But as soon as like we now start talking and we become familiar again, those kind of things leave. Like people don't care again. Because they just know that this is another Faith Academy guy. I knew this guy. I can be free with this guy. Like this guy will protect himself.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah, I wish we can just have a big party and just like invite everybody from every set. Let's just see ourselves. Even though, like I know that when we see ourselves, we won't talk much because
the first time
we won't talk much. Like the way when I saw Obed told me he was proud of me, I didn't even know how to reply. And I'm sure Obed felt weird. I feel because that was the first time like we're jamming after school. So maybe we should do it like 2 times. Maybe if somebody will agree to come for the second time. Yeah. So I feel we should just do it one of these days. Those of us that are still in Abuja, that have not traveled outside the country, that have not traveled outside Abuja, we just come and meet ourselves. And if possible, we can do video call with people outside and just like talk with them. It will be a fun experience though. But how many people will agree to come? So, but it's just it though. We can do it. But in the little way we can do it, even though we can't actually throw parties to invite people to come. Like every little way we can help somebody that went to Faith Academy. Let's just try and do it. Every little way we can. If you see, even though the person was my junior, or my senior, like put the person on. I can remember meeting Jamie Priest Oti in Magic Land. And when I jump Priest Oti, incidentally when I jump Priest Oti, you see, I feel it is how you were in secondary school that will make me know how I'll relate with you when I meet you outside now. Priest Oti was all this, he was like a senior to us, but he was free. So back then, so when I met him in Magic Land, I was like, Oti, my man, how fun now? Does it start bonding already? We just started because I went with one of my female friends. Then he was not like, is this your girlfriend? I was not like, calm down, she's not my girlfriend. Don't shout it before you go do something. So we just started vibing, we just talked and we just said goodbyes. But like we just like bonded, you get. So and we also met in that restaurant again. So as in we just anytime me and Oti meet now, it's just a normal thing. And I saw a lot of our guys, our seniors in NYSC. I served with Emmanuel Joseph, Ebube, those guys in your house, EJ. and Ebube, I met them in NYC. We did NYC literacy. In fact, me and Emmanuel Joseph, we almost served in the same office. Do you get? If not that the company was not serious, so we had to part ways. If not, we could have served together in the same company. So a lot of things. And I even met one of our juniors, Simi Alao's sister, Kemi. I met her, you get, like in NYC. You know, so it's like, so I feel we need to do more for ourselves, grow ourselves as a community. No, we need to start up a community now, though, if possible. Anyhow, which way went. Oh, run now.
Well, I hope that I just hope that, like, especially, I mean, so my motivation for like conversations, I mean, especially like when it comes to podcasts, I'm just starting, so I know like, oh, it's definitely much easier to like talk to FA guys right now, because like, I don't know, we just have so much story, so much context. And like, bro, you can't imagine the feedback. It's like people have been hungry for this, like literally.
Are you serious?
Hungry. Bro,
I mean, listen to me right now. God, I've talked so much, man.
Yeah. You don't cast already. But like I don't already like start to talk with guys. Like my set guys for now. But like, you're the first person that's outside my set. But for me, it's like getting to the position whereby like we can normalize relationships like this, and we can normalize like being familiar with secondary school guys. Because see, I have left Nigeria. I have come here. Like half of my life, like, is in Spain. Literally, like half of my life has been in this country. Like before Faith Academy, I was here. After Faith Academy, I came back here, and I've just realized that see, the value you have is the people that you have. Like the value you can get out of life is really around like the people that you actually have around your life. I'm like, to an extent, a dent in my life happened like in Faith Academy, in many ways. And I'm like, I need to value these guys more because I also understand the value inside of them. And like, I don't know, my community growing means the people around me growing. So if I grow, I want to ensure that everybody around me too is growing, because that's the only way. See, if you grow without your community growing, now you go suffer at the end of the day. So
there is no, in fact, there can't be you without your community. Like, you are the head of a community, so you have to make sure the community grows with you, man. Fast, man.
But let's see. Just the little ways, as you said, even not just urgent to where people need, like just send them. It doesn't have to be like reunion. It's like just link up. You get project, connect your guy. Like you have opportunity. Like hit people up. You need help. Hit people up.
Yeah, I know some of the jobs like I've gotten graphic designs are from secondary school. Like they will just see some of my works. They can even recommend me to their company to be their graphic designer, their remote graphic designer. You get all those little things like that, man. Yeah, even Musa, in case your company too needs graphic design and remote, please hit me up.
Sure.
I'll do good jobs. Beautiful works for you, man. Let me be earning dollars to agree.
For sure. I mean, like, I didn't even know you did graphic design. I didn't know that. But like now that I know more, you could in my mind.
Yeah, mom, please, thanks. And motion graphics too. Yeah, we do that too. Yeah, motion graphics and video editing, not every time. But motion graphics, graphic design, yeah, definitely hit me up. Animation.
Your side, I know like the Amo brothers, that year they used to do like a lot of video. I don't know if they stop now.
What is that?
Like Amo, Nifemi and Fermi.
Yeah, they did that thing, but they have kind of stopped. And I don't know why they stopped. No, they are still doing music.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, they're still doing music. But they have not actually like, from ourselves, the people that were pushing music were the Amos, Prison Jab, and who else?
Even Kule at the point.
Kule was not pushing music. It was after he left school, Kule started pushing music. Kule was dancing. It was just later, but now he's pushing music. So, but the people that have actually like kind of stood in music from ourselves, just Prison Jab. But he has stopped because most of these things is funding. If you don't have funding, you can't like push yourself. You get.
Edet too. I remember Edet released an EP.
It's funny.
Edet is funny, eh? You go see that guy, go to say, oh, that gym guy, like gym bro. Then the guy go start, like, you not start singing, like, like how?
I don't want to go into Edet's matters. It's most of these things that is funding. So, and that's another thing. We have a lot of people in ourselves, a lot of talents. We have musicians, we have actors, we have people. We had Lawal that year that used to act a lot of dramas. He was very good acting, and he's still good acting, just that now he does other things. But we have like lots of talent, and I feel if one person should stand, you should just reach out to the other person, know what's up, know how far, what's the problem, then build the person. Just give the person another hand to elevate the person. At least in Faith Academy, if we can look up and see like 5 to 10 people that are really big, you understand, then us too, like really big and are ready to help us, a lot of us are going to stand strong. Do you understand?
For sure.
Especially like a lot of like, I see some people now that are outside abroad, like maybe for example like Fanny now that is in Russia. Fanny used to do some things to help some people too. You understand? Based on the kind of funds she's getting, not as if she's rich, but she also helps. You understand? In a little way. So like people, let's say for example our seniors like Lakey, them that in Florida, Miami, if they can actually reach out and like if they have the money, they want to help. It's not about having the money, it's about wanting to help. So if they can help some people and just be like sponsors.
I'm sure he does.
I'm sure he does, but I just don't know how he moves. So I'm sure maybe it's the set guys he helps. You get. So I don't know. So if they can reach out apart from their set, go down as far as the person was a Faith Academy alumni, and you know this person, just help the person. Let's push ourselves, man. We rise by lifting others, Abi, or we rise by $50. How they do TikToker?
You don't consign me last to help another person.
Crazy, man.
Oketa, thanks so much, man. Like for this convo. You don't beat Amarachi conversation. Amarachi, like we spoke for like 3 hours, 50 minutes. You don't enter 4 hours.
Whoa! Okay, Amarachi was all.
Yeah.
Yo, that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. I just love listening to people's stories, man. Especially because like now, like you can get a complete view. Everybody like more matured and people are just freer to have conversations. That year, like people would like to form. So you could not really get everything.
It was for me, but now everybody just wants to let loose. Somebody was like, maybe I open podcast, man, I talk my mind.
I don't open them, guys. I don't actually open them.
We don't talk. Thank God you reach out to me. I don't talk everything I want to talk. But yeah. And last I want to talk. I want to shout out to all the people that went to FA together. In case we're not talking, like if I see you on the road, man, like it's not as if there's some people that you see on the road and they will pass you. Like I'm going to still reach out and I'm going to be like, guy, how far? Even if you were my child, I just want to connect with you again. Like I love everybody that went to FA. Like if I see them, I'm so ready to help. Like I just wish like I can meet more. You get, it's crazy. So yeah, I love this platform and I would love to hear more stories like this. Yeah, kind of cool.
I'm trying to get edits. He has not yet confirmed, but like I'm trying to get edits because I got edit. Jesus Christ. Edit. I love edit there, bro. Like,
do you know I met him in ShopRite last week?
You went to shop? Oh God.
I went to ShopRite. See, the moment I enter ShopRite, I don't go to meet a lot of people.
Which one? Is it the one in Apple?
No, in Lube.
Okay.
I met him, Simi Alawa and Father Ray. They came to buy like something for lunch. So I met them. And we just talked randomly. You know, edit is different now. Edit is not the same edit you knew in secondary school. Edit is more cooler and calm. It's more calmer. It's more composed now. Yes, edit is more calmer, more composed, more lively than how he was trying to form boss in secondary school. Like he has dropped that.
God, Ereka, one fresh. Jesus Christ. God Almighty. I think it's done that year. Get what? No, make I don't cast it back. No, make I just cast this one. You get what mirror in there gets like inside the locker one that year. Jesus. I know how Ede likes to feel himself. I go shut up.
Himself. He just have to feel himself. That time when we meet for December, they enter him now. They feel himself. That is Ashwood. But they feel himself. I don't say he go to enter me too. If you talk about me, he go enter our face.
So it goes, I hope Shai he says yes. If he says yes, then it's obviously going to like be published. But guy, I just love that guy, man. Like he's just, when you know him from outside, he looks, like you have certain, oh my god, he's like, this guy is strict, blah blah blah. But like once you now know him, very lovely.
Like a baby, man. Lovely, like a big fluffy baby. That's what it is. That's what it is, for real. Yeah, I miss those guys, man.
Recommend people that I should talk to.
I should recommend people. I feel from my set, have a talk with, if you are close with Yakubu, I want you to talk with him.
Joseph's brother,
from my set.
Okay.
Talk to Yakubu. Understand how Yakubu,
Why Yakubu?
The reason why I mentioned Yakubu is because in our set, Yakubu was one of the first mature people. There was the way Yakubu talked. Yakubu was more mature. And maybe because he seniored us when he entered. Like, I remember I was 10 years old, Yakubu was 12 years old in Chess1. So he was more mature than all of us in that set. He understood life from a different perspective. So I would like you to talk with Yakubu. How maybe transition in Chess1, like how did he feel? Like SS1, like how was he thinking? All those kind of things.
Very calm. Like both of them.
They understood life. They understood life past all these senior and junior shit. I don't know how they did it. Just knew. So like all those kind of people are the people like I would like to sit down in a room and talk with them. I talked to Yakubu last December, but I didn't talk enough with him because we boys were just shouting and making noise and But you see this thing that we did now, I would like to have a full-on discussion with Yakubu because Yakubu was ahead of his time back then. So I would like to have a discussion with him. And for females, I would like to have a discussion with you. I would like you to have a discussion. From our set, I don't know. I think Jachima.
That's Ben's sister.
Ben's sister. Jachima and Ify. What is her name? What's Blue House? But the reason why I recommend.
I didn't really relate to this guy. Okay.
But did you relate to Jachima?
No, Jachi, yes. Like because of greenhouse, especially like during the sports period. But on a day-to-day, no.
Okay, yeah, but just leave Ify alone. But Jachima for females, the reason why I recommended Jachima is because Jachima was also ahead of her time. Nobody saw that yet. For me, that was always talking with Jachima in class. I knew Jachima. There were certain books Jachima read. She was just like what is his name? Pius.
Yeah.
She was just like Chibike too. So she always understood the value of the things we are doing. Okay, let me mention 3 people you should talk with. 2 people, Jachima and Leret. If you can get hands on Leret.
Leret? Who's Leret?
Leret, Mutkut, Zupla, and Zentong's
Okay, yeah. Mutkut, Jesus.
The Mutkut. If you get to know how they saw life, those people knew life before we experienced it. Those people knew life. Like, it was Larry that straight up told me that after we graduated from school, none of us are going to talk to ourselves again. All of us were like, that was what happened. For 3-4 years, most of us did not talk to ourselves. Larry called it first. Larry was the one pushing reality on our faces every single time, and she was way more mature than us. Larry and Jachima. If you can get hold on 2 of them, I feel maybe you can get hold of Fadikemi, who knows? And I don't know any other person, but those are my recommendations though. But that is, and for boys, Yakubu, I think.
Okay. Like another person, I have Baja's number. I'll probably like reach out to Baja too.
Baja too, yeah.
Yeah. Even Vivian, like Vivian was a very interesting person for me. Like very, very, very interesting.
Vivian was interesting.
I think that's a very interesting story.
Yeah. There's actually so many interesting people. If we deep it, There's so interesting people. You don't even know who to talk with. If I was the one, if I was you, I wouldn't even know who I want to talk with next, though. For real.
No, Edet for sure. Like Edet,
Yeah,
Edet, they're like, I'll try to convince Fortune. You know, say Fortune don't like to talk that like too much, but
does Fortune really have a story like that?
No, I was in Fortune's dorm. Like Fortune is. I say he was like Asha in my set, in the sense of like Asha was calm, Asha was the house captain, like Asha like related with guys, like he was no extreme, like to people from the outside, obviously like he's like a very normal person, very normal story, but like guy Fortune, like I don't know, maybe because I was in this guy like in their dorms, like I lived with them like day to day, I just saw like them for who they were, like literally all the house captains in your set. That's the thing. It was just weird. I was with all the greenhouse captains in your particular set, all of them, from the first guy to like the last guy until you guys handed over.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, a call came in.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's good. Like if you just get all those people here, and maybe after our set, if you can get all those people ahead of us, ahead of myself, like the Mobose set.
I don't prepare for that one. Like, but I don't know. I just feel like I need to break some ice first.
Yeah, so you can talk to. There's so many relatable people. There's Blessing, though.
No, I relate to Blessing a lot.
Yeah,
like we are normally.
Yeah, there's right now you can even talk with Williams.
Wasa.
Yes, but just the problem is that those people have changed. I met Wasa December. Wasa is not the tall, commanding person that he was before. Now, Wasa is different. I don't want to say what he does, but he's different. Okay. So I'm not sure he can be on the call with you, but right now what I'm trying to say is that he has kind of like calmed down to be like with the way we can talk with him normally, crack jokes on him. We can even insult his shoe and everything, and nothing will happen. Like because he sees us as his guy now. So,
but you know the funny thing, I would say I have a privilege because like one can knows my family. And one guy came here as one. So one guy knew my family and I didn't even know. So like in laundry one time, I know one guy was like assistant greenhouse captain. So in laundry one time we were washing and then was like, I know you. Like that year now, like first set, I'm like, oh boy, I just did wash my side and I did look buckets. I didn't even look my side because I don't know any question. I don't want me to say anything. So like, one guy just had a conversation with me now. Like, bro, like one sorcerer, like one wizard. He was just telling me things about my life. I'm like, who the hell are you, this guy? So ever since then, and that was like, I think 2 weeks into resumption. So ever since then, like, I just became very normal. Like, I had a very different relationship with like those set guys. Even with Chibike, like me and Jotam, I related with Chibike and Jotam because obviously if you relate to Chibike, automatically you relate with Jotam. Like you have a fluid relationship because they're very, very close. So like because of that, all my relationship like with that first set guys was just very calm. I can't even lie. Even Williams, I was in a dorm with Williams, and of course, Williams is like a statue in. You feel like Williams has stories and tales. Like every single person has their version of Williams Wasa. And he's just like very commanding and like very, very high stories. So I was like done with Williams now. I think I was even like under his Okopi. Okopi. I remember his name.
Okay, that was
Okopi. That's the guy. That's the guy you set. That's the first house captain. Okopi. God. Like all of them, him and Edet, like they're just like the same.
The Okopi. They used to have issues. Edet's no fit beat Okopi. Okopi no fit beat Edet. So if they want fight like this, you go no say they go just fight everywhere. Nothing go happen. Those people were like cataract and cataract.
No, Okopi was he was the guy that introduced me to your set. I was saying like I started knowing your set. So it's the first house captain. So like I was in a dorm with him. I was in a dorm with Okopi Wasa. And Yerima was also in the dorm for some reason, sha. But like, so I became close to them now. And like Williams, like we became G's automatically. I just started seeing like a very different side to Williams. I was like, Williams, I think you're with you. Like Williams, I think you're just like this. Like, Jiggy, like I can go to Williams, like I carry juice and go. And like I can use Williams F. In FA, like those were huge things. You're like now, obviously, people are this side, like, what's the big deal? But if you knew that guy, you're like, Omo, his dorm, that cleanliness thing, like it remained. But because you're in his dorm, there was just a level of communication and a level of connection that you got that other juniors could not get. Since that time, I was just like, nah, this is a very nice guy. Like in his heart, like you can know that in his heart, he's just a calm guy, and he just wants to like, take life easily, like on a chill.
Yeah. That was who Williams was, me actually. I knew because I was also in Williams dorm in JS1. You understand? So I knew to an extent I experienced Williams. So, but because Williams was like the tallest in the set now. And
tallest, freshest, everything.
So we were kind of like scared of him and all. So, but we know everything about Williams, and we knew there was something about Williams. Williams had an obsession to look fine every time. Like every new shoe that comes out, Williams wanted to wear it.
Sandals. Like Williams literally makes people go and buy sandals. I can remember that for sure.
He made us buy Fly Fast.
It's like, do you understand?
I didn't know Fly Fast, but when I saw it on Williams, I wanted to get it for myself. Okay. So like Williams was just like the it boy as at that time, but because of all those things, you will not be kind of scared of him. But when you get to know him, it's like he's just a normal person. He doesn't really give two shits. Just communicate with him. It was not even hard communicating with William. The only problem is just that because of this senior junior shit, you cannot communicate too much with him, but like the way you communicate with your mates, but you can still communicate with him. It's all good though.
No, I know. Like obviously like to take time, but I think like a lot of guys are I know Chibike very well to an extent. Me and Toby were like very close. Him Toby is even like still close. They still yarn on a daily. But I was very close to Chibike. And like after FA now, I still used to go to like Chibike's office. We talk, all these kind of things. I was just like, these guys, I don't know, they're accessible. Like Faith Academy, they look like gods. But it's like, you can talk to them. Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. Actually, it's crazy, man. It's just the reality of secondary school versus real life. Yeah. So yeah, that's about it, though.
Anyways, Oketa.
Yeah.
I'll release you because I've taken a lot of your time.
No problem, man. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Like all the names you mentioned, like I've written them down. I'll just see who I can. I think Yakubu will be the easiest to reach out to just because I have Joseph's number. But I'll see, Sha.
No problem. You can just flow with the people you know, man. Then you escalate to more people.
Yeah. How is Debbie doing now?
She's fine. She's currently in Babcock. So.
Oh, nice. Was she an art student too?
Yeah, she was an art student too.
Following her brother's footsteps.
Yeah. It's only my brother that said that no, he doesn't want to go to art, he wants to go to science.
So what class is he in now?
He's in 100 level now. He has finished.
He has even finished God, you're old though. Okay,
I'm old. You don't see him now. Yeah.
I really appreciate this convo. Also appreciate your openness, like to convo, like just your own life and like the way you saw things. I think that's very important. Like your story and the perspective to your story.
Yeah. Well, it's all love. Is what I just want to do it, man. You understand? So I'm actually happy to say it, so it's cool. Thank you so much. Yeah.
It's calm. All right. Have a lovely day and just I wish you luck. I mean, now that I know say they do graphic design, I would definitely like be buzzing you more. But like just success in buying more land. Maybe like in 3 years now I'll go here. Oketa don't start a real estate company.
Amen. We'll see. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Safe.